Yo, what's happening, everybody? About to get everything cracking. Hopefully, everybody's having a wonderful day. I forgot to bring up the screen. What? I mean, ooh, this one's kind of long. The YouTuber of Korea beaten to film videos, then blackmailed. That's pretty crazy. This one's super long though. This one's 2 hours. We're technically up to date on them. I don't know why. I've never, I don't know. Stalker fan sends acid bomb to famous singer. I don't know why I've not wanted to watch these though. Like I haven't even seen a preview or nothing. I don't know what it is. This doesn't entice me to watch. I didn't even realize I didn't have my screen up though. But now I do. So let's go back real quick. I'll have to peep this. Most dangerous cult you've never heard of: the Anthill Kids. This one looks crazy. Oh,
Ever wondered why you should get an LLC with a third? Things I love to deep dive in, and a few of which we are going to be talking about today. And let me just address, yes, this is not my office. I am currently in Caleb's office in Texas, also hence the outfit. I feel like it was just on par with where I...
this is that one lady from TikTok. Yeah, this is. I recognized her little icon. And obviously it's like 11.5 million subscribers. But yeah, this is that one lady. I remember. Yeah, she would like do like skits or whatever of her kids. Not her kids. I don't think her kids were ever. I think her kids were in it a couple times, but she did a lot of skits though. But I never knew that she had a YouTube though. So shout out to her. The most dangerous cult you've never heard of, the Anthill Kids.
I am, and also don't expect this kind of quality in any of my future videos, but you can bask in it today. Anyway, today we are talking about the Anthill Kids. And no, it is not a small farm town metal cover band made up of hormonal teenagers that hate their stepdads like I originally thought when I heard the name. It is a cult, and quite literally one of the worst cults I have ever personally read about. So for those of you who don't know, here is a quick spiel of what we're going to be getting into today, and y'all are ready. The Anthill Kids were a cult led by Rock Tehe, a maniacal French-Canadian cult leader active from the late 90s to the early 80s. He led his cult with a blend of paganism, Old Ritual Testament, theology, and...
Yo. It's funny. What's up, Itachi? Well, first off, you have my favorite Naruto character name, Itachi. So... appreciate you. But I think, is this the first time you've joined the live? I've seen that you've commented on the other on the other live streams, but you weren't in the live. It was just already uploaded. But you said she's in several paranormal investigating videos with Sam and Kobe. I did not know of those things. I did not know that she was actually much into. That never been a thought that she's in this kind of space. But that's fun to know that she is. Yep, my first time. Hey, it's lit. I'm happy that you're here. Appreciate you. But we're gonna go ahead and get this thing cracking though. Yeah.
Mysticism then eventually evolved into a sadistic, disturbing, doomsday backyard sex party that also served a side of makeshift operation and bodily mutilation. So let's unbuckle our seatbelts, go Mach 5 down the highway, slam on the brakes, and deep dive through this windshield into this cult together.
For the pharmaceutical industry, the two things that were missing were 1, transparency, and 2, trust.
She got her own little intro like it's like the X-Files or something like that. That's funny. Okay,
So I truly didn't think I could find a cult more f***ed up than the Children of God, and if you haven't seen that deep dive, you should go check it out right here. But I did. And it all starts with Rock Tehe, or should I say Roch.
See, now I wish that I watched the other one, the Children of God one, before this one. Because then if I watch this one fully, then it's probably not going to be as bad. It'll probably be still interesting. But I don't know, from what she says. I don't know.
Tehe, because he's French Canadian to be exact. So let's go back to this little shit stain's beginnings and get to know how he grew into the giant shit stain he became. So Rock was one of 8 children, and when he was 6, his family moved to a small asbestos mining community in Quebec, Canada, where I'm from. I'm not from Quebec. I'm from British Columbia, on the other side, on the good side. And this place was called Thetford Mines. And the Terriers were described by neighbors as backwoods people. From local recounts, people said that Rock's mother was relatively normal, whatever the fuck that means, but Rock's father was a religious fanatic, the first ingredient in our up cult leader stew. His father was a part of an authoritarian fascist group of Catholics called the White Berets, named by their distinctive headgear, rebranded today as the Pilgrims of St. Michael. Essentially, this group wanted to destroy, gain, and hand control of all institutions over to the Catholic Church. So they were based in Catholicism. So Rock's father would force his children to go around the neighborhood and essentially knock on all the doors and beg for money to put towards the White Berets and their cause. So people would be opening their doors and be met with little Quebecois children's faces screaming, s'il vous plaît, donne-moi ton argent, est-ce que mon père est fou? And for those of you who don't know, that means, please give me your money, my father is crazy. But our little shit stain Rock didn't actually like going door to door begging for money, believe it or not. He would consider them humiliations of the highest order, and this would instill a deep hate for the Catholic Church within him that would never go away, as we will see. But from a young age, Rock was taught pain. When Rock was a child with his siblings, his father would make them all gather around a dinner table and play a game called Bone. That sounds terrifying. This game consisted of everybody sitting around the table and proceeding to kick each other's shins until they drew blood with either hard boots or steel toe boots. And then the first person to say ouch or stop or dear God, my leg hurts would lose. Which to a certain point, I feel like when I was a kid, we used to like hit each other's hands and see like which one of us ducked out first, but I did.
Yeah, I remember hot hands and the game called Quarters, but I would never play a game like that. I quit immediately. I'm like, nope. Pain isn't, I don't enjoy pain. Pain isn't my thing. Not at all.
I didn't do it with my father, and I didn't do it to the point of bleeding. So that's pretty fucked up. Another ingredient in our cult leader stew. Rock would also claim his father would push him down the stairs and lock him in the basement cellar. And one of Rock's wives later in life would say that Rock claimed he was beaten relentlessly by his father as a child, so much so that he had internal scarring on his organs. But all these claims could never be confirmed. And what didn't help his story either is, besides his neighbors saying Rock's father was a little odd by being in the white berets, none of the children ever actually showed signs of, nor did any of the other siblings ever claim any of this ever happened. So you're gonna start seeing a little pattern here of Rock being a manipulative, lying piece of shit, but we'll get more into that as well. But back to his childhood.
I love how straightforward she is. She doesn't beat behind a bush.
So Rock was widely known as a troubled kid. He'd steal money and cigarettes from his parents, who didn't, am I right? Just kidding. And he would also blame that on his siblings, so he was probably a middle child or the youngest. In a memoir he wrote that was 173 pages long, he would tell stories of his childhood that I don't even think an actual child would believe to this day. He would create these like grandiose stories that were clearly not real. One of them being this. He said in his memoir that when he was a child, he was walking home from school and he came across a mother bear and her cubs. But instead of her attacking him and killing him like they probably would, she took him in as one of their own and played with him for the entire afternoon, and then he went home and was fine. So there's that. Rock would also lie about ailments that he had as a child to elicit sympathy, which again, I feel like that's something kids kind of do. I faked sick when I wanted to get out of school. So, but am I a cult leader? Did I create a murder mutilation cult? No. He almost had Munchausen syndrome, but he was a complete narcissist as well.
What is that? Extreme symptoms of Munchausen by proxy. Adding blood to child's urine or stool, heating thermometers to fake a fever, giving kids drugs to make them sick. Insane. Sounds like a government, but whatever. Administering an infected IV line, faking a lab test result, not feeding them enough. Wow.
Well, so I think it kind of went hand in hand with each other. He would claim to have infantile paralysis until the age of 6, claimed he was unable to speak until the age of 8, and he claimed that he could hardly walk until the age of 12, when he did. Everybody knew that he did. He would just lie. He was just a pathological liar. Now, obviously, none of his claims...
Now, if anybody watched my stream last night, he sounds similar, besides being a cult leader. He sounds similar to the guy yesterday from Africa. The dude yesterday was a lying, thieving, deceiving type of person from the day of birth till all the way in prison twice. It was an insane story. Like, if you guys have not seen that, it's wild.
Were true, but there was one that rang to be actually true, and that is that he had a disturbingly large...
We're told it's
as the ad just hits. All right, let's
of 12 when he did. Everybody knew that he did. He would just lie. He was just a pathological liar. Now, obviously, none of his claims were true, but there was one that rang to be actually true, and that is that he had a disturbingly large... I don't, it was in the book. It was in the book, so I felt like it was important to know. I don't know that that's real. I've not seen a picture, but I'm just going off the literature. So Rock would move into his teenage years, and naturally, at the age of 14, he would come to the conclusion that he was too smart for school and would drop out, which actually he was one of the top students. He had a very high IQ, which helped him in later years tricking people into being in his cult, as we will learn. So he would work shoveling snow, mowing lawns, and hanging out at bars, as you do when you're 14. Am I right? Just kidding. So in 1967, he met a woman named Francine Gridier, sorry if I butchered your name, at a dance hall, and he would soon after get married. They would move in with one another and have 2 children pretty quickly after they got married. And Rock would get a job at a fire hall doing local inspections. Even though he didn't have a high school education, he was able to talk his way into a lot of jobs, regardless of him not having an education. And it was around this time Rock would start to form into the giant adult shit stain he became.
Why is it the ones that are like super smart in a way tend to do the stupidest things? I don't understand. Like, these are the types of people that could change the trajectory of the world, but they decide to do some malicious, crazy things to children. Wild.
In 1971, he began suffering from duodenal ulcers, and doctors would remove.
What is that? Peptic ulcers, stomach ulcer, vomiting. Those look like holes. This dude got gaped.
Part of his stomach to alleviate some of his symptoms. And by the time he needed his second surgery, he had already gathered a bunch of medical textbooks and would memorize them so that when he went into his second surgery, he was able to recite the surgery step by step. So basically, he was backseat driving his own surgery. I've never heard anything more Canadian than that, and pretentious. And the surgery stuff will come into play later as well. Stay tuned for that. It's up. So although getting multiple surgeries for his ulcers, the pain would not go away, at least according to Crybaby Rock, who was already notorious for over-exaggerating every aspect of his life, including pain, as we know. He was the poster boy and founding father of the man cold, essentially. So this would lead him to become a full-on hypochondriac, convincing people that his insides were made of plastic and his death was always right around the corner. I wish. This would also lead him to become extremely erratic because his little tummy hurt that somehow gave him license to do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, without regard for anyone else. But most noteworthy, this would cause him to have a completely different outlook on sex specifically. For example, at the beginning of Rock's and Francine's marriage, he would make her dress very conservatively. He'd make her wear very long dresses and cover up when they were in public and even when they were at home. But after the surgeries, he would demand her to wear miniskirts, crop tops, and very explicit clothing, and he would not talk to her about anything other than sex. So just your typical male, basically. I'm just kidding. He would even go as far as to ask his in-laws if he could open a nudist colony at their farm, and they would obviously reject his proposal, but I can't even imagine going up to Caleb's parents after meeting them for the first time and just pitching that to them. So Rock is now becoming a full-blown narcissistic piece of shit. And what's the best job for a narcissistic piece of shit? A politician. So he would get into his local council, but not surprisingly be voted out very shortly after because all the ideas he would bring to the table were extremely grandiose and would literally bankrupt the city if they did any of them. So Rock, still wanting a position of power, would try his hand at working as a Freemason in the Aromas Club. Now the Aromas...
What a surprise. If you know about Freemasons, I know about Freemasons.
Club was a Catholic organization, which, remember, Rock hates Catholics.
So what's funny, just a ditty from Freemasons, is when you're a Freemason, you don't technically have to have actually you do have to have a religion. It could be whatever, right? Everybody has a belief system. Let's just say that. Whether it's Satanism, Catholicism, Christian, Buddhist, anything really. And let's just say this as well. Because everybody has to have a belief system, it's made to look like everybody is, cordial with everything else outside of just Masonry. You won't know anything until you're 33rd. Like, all the other stuff is like, oh, we just help out the community, blah blah blah. No, you don't have to like what you do. They just want you to pick one, and then you almost, in a sense, defile it, because what Masonry is, and whatever practice of religion that you do, it's almost contradictive in some senses, depending on what practices of religion you pick.
Given his past with his father, so he used this to his advantage. He would gain their trust and gain control over the initiation ceremonies, which ushered in a lot of new members. See where this is going? Yeah, that's where it's going. And in time, Rock would change the rituals to reflect his own hatred for the Catholic Church. Naturally, most of the members of the club would think he's batshit crazy and wouldn't follow him. Rock would then drop out of the club and replace the painkillers for drinking instead, which is awesome. Kidding. And shortly after that, he would soon find his cult niche, which was women. His first disciple being Giselle Tremblay. Giselle would grow up in a very cold and household. Her father would also talk shit to her about her own mother, his wife, and say that she had to be nothing like her own mother because she wasn't completely devoted to him and obeyed everything he said. So this naturally progressed into Giselle having a string of very toxic relationships, the worst being Rock. And this would lead to her mutilation later in the story. They would meet in a bar, and Rock, still being married, by the way,
We haven't even gotten halfway, and I'm already sick of this man. Like, beyond unbelief. And funny enough, whenever it comes down to like psychopathic women or men, women tend to be way crazy. I feel like women tend to be a little bit more harsh and crazy comparison to the guys that I've heard. Crazy, like up the wall crazy.
Love letters and convince her that it hurt him that she had the audacity to sleep with anybody else because she had a boyfriend at the time as well. He would also convince Giselle that his wife was cheating on him, which she wasn't. And he also threw in the fact that he had cancer, but he didn't actually have cancer. I just can't imagine sitting with a guy and being like, please tell me, are you actually married? And he's just like, yes, I'm sorry, but she is a total bitch. And she's just like, and he's like, and I have cancer? Oh my God, you poor baby. Yes, I am a poor baby, so take off all your clothes. I just don't understand. So naturally, this would sway Giselle to leave her life and spend all her free time and work for Rock. They would sell homemade beer mugs at local fairs. Shortly after that, Giselle would leave her current relationship, and Rock would leave his wife and his 2 children behind without looking back. And Giselle and Rock would move to Benford Mines, Quebec. And this is where Rock would become obsessed with religion, reading the Bible incessantly and denouncing the Catholic Church. And this is where he would find passages in the Old Testament that highlighted that women must be submissive towards men, and started to revolve and create his own religion based off.
See, I hate when people just take a passage out of any scripture or any context, right? They'll take a small passage out of it and then they'll make that the Bible. Like, people will read one part of the scripture but won't read the beginning of the chapter, or even before, or the previous chapter before and or after that passage in scripture. Like, you have to read the whole thing to get full context, and then understanding the realms of which and why somebody's saying what they're saying and who they're saying it to. People just take a passage and make it the whole thing. I'm like, that's not how it works. There's parables. There's many parables. The Bible speaks in parables. So you get like 4 different meanings out of one context clue.
Off of those passages and those passages alone. He basically just looked for the ones he liked, and it just built a whole religion around that. He just forgot about the whole, respect your neighbor and your wife, and he just opted for women should be subservient to their husbands. So at this point, Rock did not have a church of his own or any kind of his own following, really. But this is also when a Seventh-day Adventist preacher, Pierre Zita, would move into town and start his own church. Rock, being new to the Seventh-day Adventists, which I'm going to refer to as the SDA because that is a mouthful I don't want to keep repeating, was extremely intrigued from the start because they represented everything Catholicism did not. For those of you who don't know, the SDA are essentialists who preach a simple life with an enormous amount of restriction, aka a prime breeding ground for a cult. The SDA Church is a Protestant denomination characterized by its observance of the biblical Sabbath, which is Saturday instead of Sunday like most Christian religions, and it emphasizes on the imminent second coming of Jesus Christ. And its fundamental creed is the Bible and the Bible alone. Adventists are also well known for emphasizing healthy lifestyle habits, probably the only good part of this religion. Many SDA members practice vegetarianism and adhere to kosher laws set forth in the book of Leviticus, such as abstinence of shellfish, pork, and other unclean foods. If that's unclean, then call me filthy because I love a bacon-wrapped scallop. SDA members would also practice abstinence from illegal drugs, tobacco, and
There'd be no way on planet Earth that I'd be a vegan, vegetarian, ever. Now, for other people, I understand health complications and whatnot. Some people cannot, ingest as much or can't do it at all. So therefore they have to, figure something out. And usually that turns into being vegetarian or vegan. But in the context like we're talking about, they'll take one passage out of context and then make it a whole Bible. I'm just like, yo, y'all got it. Hey, save some ribs for me. You feel me? We just had some ribs too, didn't we, baby? Yep. I had me some more.
alcohol. So Rock essentially loved the idea of the coming judgment day more than anything about this religion. Specifically the part where everyone on earth would be divided into either
Abigail, yo, you choose to eat less meat because I love animals too much. I think a lot of vegan dishes are so good. Listen, I think I do have this one question. One question. I see a lot of vegan and vegetarian items, and they'll be like, "Oh, we want to protect the animals," and they'll make what would be a burger patty, but into like a vegan burger patty. But I would figure that they would want to make it different from like what a animal burger patty would look like, instead of trying to make it as closely looking as an animal burger patty. I don't know. I think it's a little backwards, but I do get it in some context clues sometimes. But if you're gonna make chicken because it's chicken, and then you want to make it vegetarian chicken that look like chicken, I don't know, that's a little head scratcher. You would make it yourself from scratch instead of buying it from the store. But in Norway, it's not the same as American, I think. Oh, okay. I did forget that you are all the way out in Norway, so I'm sure it's way different from America. But I've always been like, why would you make chicken nuggets like chicken nuggets, but they're vegetarian chicken nuggets, but it's made into meat? Like, I don't know. I don't get it.
the blessed or the damned, which Rock, being a narcissist, this kind of all made sense because narcissists see themselves as better than everyone else or as the chosen one. So he naturally thought he would be one of the blessed. And he also loved that his entire Catholic family would supposedly be part of the damned group. So he basically loved the idea of his entire family just rotting and burning for eternity in hell. So this was right up Rock's alley. So Pierre Zita, the SDA church preacher, would start his church in Rock's hometown and gain a whole congregation of 6 people. It's pretty sad. So he would preach in rented hotel rooms week to week, and Rock would really enjoy these sessions because he was able to gain the attention of all 6 people, but he liked being able to bitch about his ex-wife and just talk about all of his problems and ailments and have the room be completely captivated, because people would say that Rock was extremely charismatic. That's what kind of sets him up.
He said, I don't know, I'm not vegetarian. But I think good to okay, so you're not vegetarian. You think it's good to eat less meat for the animals you worked farm, and you feel sad eating them. Yeah, I feel you, but somebody got to.
Apart from other cult leaders. He would also start selling SDA books on behalf of the church and become one of the top salesmen. Giselle, his girlfriend, would be baptized in the faith as well, and they would become a team selling these books to the public. Pierre would also promote Rock and allow him to head the therapeutic division of the church, teaching people how to quit smoking within 5 days, guaranteed. And this new position of authority, although small, is believed to have been the fan to Rock's cult flame, giving him a taste of true power and control. So while Rock was busy helping people quit smoking, the other church members were busy recruiting new young members of the SDA church. And this is when a few of Rock's most devoted disciples would join the church, all of which came from abusive homes, which is usually pretty on par for people that join cults. It's usually people that are very lost and don't have direction in their life, so they need that older figure to show them the way. One of those members being Solange Boyard. Solange was raised by an alcoholic father who would often physically and verbally abuse her. Later on, she would become one of Rock's most devoted followers, and later on that would lead to her brutal death, which we will get into later in the video. So Rock would soon be in charge of the new recruits. Great. 4 teenage to early 20-year-olds, teaching them how to be proper SDA members, preaching eating right, freeing themselves from hate, and letting God into their daily lives. While that all sounds not that bad, he would also convince them to drop out of society completely, which is step 1 in any cult leader, basically. They love to separate you from your families and loved ones so you can't think for yourself. So unfortunately, all 4 of these kids would drop everything in their lives and move in with Rock and Giselle in their apartment. They themselves would claim that Rock was extremely entertaining morning and night. But I'm like, where the are these people's parents? Because at this point, they're still in the same city. They're like 18 to 20-year-olds that just left home and went to move in with a 30-something religious guru and his wife. Their parents were just completely fine with this. I don't understand that. But there was one person's parents that actually showed a little bit of concern, thank God. Rock would face backlash from Chantel's parents, one of his other most devoted future disciples, if you will. He would go to their house and he would only really make it worse, saying, you know, you don't have to worry about your daughter. I have much experience in this lifetime. All except for murder, of course. That is a terrible French accent. I'm sorry I butchered that. But yeah, he basically said, I've done everything in life except for murder. And then he laughed. So they just assumed that he'd probably murder at some point, which he did. And we'll get to that. But Chantel would leave anyway against her parents' wishes and join Rock and Giselle in their apartment as well. Rock would also do this thing where if anybody asked him a question he didn't know.
What is it with, like, everybody just wanting to be rebellious, just to be rebellious, and then you wind up and get exactly what you're asking for? You said, but pork is good, especially Asian dishes. Hey, look. Chorizo. Delicious.
How to answer, he would just start chanting really loudly. So they'd be like, Rock, do you intend on sleeping with my underage daughter? And he'd just be like, no. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna write that down. I like that a lot. Shortly after the original 4 joined, 2 more would join as well. Maurice Lambert, sorry if I said your name wrong, and Josie Pelaye? I don't know. So in 2 months, Rock had built a following of 6 women and 2 men who all lived with Rock and Giselle in their apartment, like I said. And this is where things would start to go downhill or uphill, whichever one sucks more. First thing to get weird was the introduction of massage parties. And Giselle wasn't totally on board with this. Giselle being Rock's girlfriend. No kidding. And on top of the fact that there was 8 other people living in her small apartment, I imagine the fridge was empty at all times. And also because 6 other women living in her apartment, she was watching fall in love with her mans. So Giselle being hesitant about the whole ordeal would lead Rock to pull out his manipulative deck of cult cards and choose the guilt trip ace of spades, saying that if she truly loved him and God, she would open up her heart and let these strangers sleep in her home. So Giselle inevitably would agree, and Rock would continue collecting followers like Pokemon. Now, most of these followers were in their late teens to early 20s, like I said, and Rock was only in his mid-30s at this point. So most of these kids were looking to go back to school after the summer, because it was during the summer where he recruited all of them.
So it was either school or cult. What an option. What an option. If you like pork, you should try Hung Shou Ru. I don't know how I said that. I don't know if that's how you say it. At a Chinese restaurant. It's amazing. I'm going to have to take a mental note of that one. Hey, what's up, Kenya? Yeah, in the building. Hung Shou Ru is really good. Hey, let me know if I'm saying it right, because Hung Shou Ru. That's what it looks like. It sounds like you're supposed to say it, but it doesn't. When I say it, it doesn't sound right though. Good evening, my good people. Just finished watching Chris and her boyfriend. I don't know who Chris and her boyfriend be. Who they? Who them? But what up though? Blessed frogs in the chat.
So once fall came around, they were planning on going back, but Rock absolutely be.
You said it's not bad how I'm saying it though? Okay. Just so I can know I could fix my lips right, so then when I go to the restaurant, they know exactly what I'm talking about. Or I'm going to just say pig. I want pig, I want the swine.
Being intoxicated by the attention from his followers, was determined to devise a plan to isolate all of them and eventually and violate them as well. Just your standard cult practice.
What? Oh, her name is Chris. Ha, that's funny. See, I always look at the first. I don't look at the full name. I just look at the first part and then the icon, and that's how I remember somebody. You can also say Chinese braised pork belly. Oh, see, that's easy. I know what that is. I know what pork belly is.
So by the summer of 1978, Rock had gathered a healthy amount of followers. But since they were planning on leaving and going back to school, like I said, Rock leaned into the beliefs of the SDA and he instilled in them previously and said that the second coming of Christ was coming soon and school was pointless. Oh, I wish my parents believed that when I was a kid. I hated school. So naturally, the kids would relent and stay with Rock. Now, you have to understand that Rock, although he does share some similar qualities to many cult leaders, he was not off-putting at all or creepy or awkward in any means, such as cult leaders like Marshall Applewhite or Jim Jones. Rock was said to be extremely charismatic and charming by most people, even people outside of the cult. So he essentially could talk his way into or out of anything, as we will see. So Rock would continue to teach at the stop smoking clinics, where he would use to double as a recruitment center for his new followers. So at this time, the cult still revolved around healthy and spiritual living, with a hint of inevitable doomsday around the corner, but some of the followers' families were growing more and more concerned about Rock, naturally. So what does a cult leader do when people are starting to grow suspicious of them and their intentions? They get the hell out of Dodge. In this case, he would take the first step, I'd say step 3. He'd take this third step into true culthood and move himself and his following to a little town called Ste. Marie, Quebec, where no one in his following had any familial connections.
I mean, clearly, it's nothing but hills and trees, and I see you can count how many houses are in this picture from this lake. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About 10 houses I could see. That's about it. 11 right in that little corner. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is not it. I don't know what they just went on a field trip. They're like, all right, grab your things and just hopped on a bus. Like what? Who's a fellow Canadian? Who else is Canadian? Oh yeah, and all of those that weren't here yesterday, and I think that's just Itachi. We're gonna be creating a Discord this week, so stay tuned for that. I'm gonna make sure I have that in the following days leading up to Friday. That we're gonna have a Discord, so all the community could hop in a Discord. You feel me? I'm gonna have all types of stuff like movie nights and whatnot.
So he could really separate them and isolate them from anything that they knew previously and would completely depend on him. And this is where he would open the Healthy Living Clinic under the umbrella of the SDA Church. And Rock would slowly turn this entire operation into an overt cult. And step 4 or 5, I don't know how many steps we're at, into any good cult is to take away any individuality at all. So Rock would force everyone to wear these super stylish uniforms. And by super stylish, I mean tunics, ankle-length tunics with rope around the waist. I just picture Viserys from Game of Thrones. Pretty cool. And the women would be forced to wear a light green tunic, and the men would be forced to wear beige. And Rock, being the leader, he would get to choose his own outfit, obviously, and he would choose a brown tunic. I figured he'd choose something cooler than that. I would personally, if I was a cult leader, not that I would be, I'd probably dress in like 80s Jane Fonda workout gear so I could equally look stylish and be able to run away from the police when I inevitably get caught. So Rock is now living out in Ste. Marie, Quebec, with Giselle, his girlfriend, and his followers. And Giselle was naturally growing very weary and jealous of all of these women at this point. And to shut her up, Rock would propose to her and marry her. And he would marry her and drive to Montreal to do so in his pickup truck. And after they did get married, he would drive back to Ste. Marie and he would throw Giselle in the back of the truck bed that was open in January in Canada. And then he would sit in the cab with Solange and Chantel, his most devoted followers, and flirt and probably get a little freaky up there. So for their honeymoon, she was literally freezing her ass off in the back of a truck bed and he was in the front seat. So eventually the other SDA leaders would grow jealous of Rock's hold on his followers, and they would end up voting him out of the church, hoping that his followers would go to them. But it actually did the complete opposite. It showed that the church would just drop you at the drop of a hat if you did anything that they didn't like. So his followers grew even more devoted to Rock and would follow him. So Rock would begin molding his following together by marrying each of them off to each other. Even if they weren't remotely attracted to each other or didn't like each other, he would force them to get married to each other. And it was at this point where the cult still didn't revolve around sex completely like it would in the future. In fact, Giselle said that Rock only had sex with her to shut her up, basically. And Giselle would say, quote unquote, having sex with Rock is like having sex with a fridge. This guy was big, by the way. He was a big hulking man, but I just imagined him laying there, some condiments on his arms. I don't know. So by 1978, Giselle would fall pregnant with Rock's child, but she would also fall completely out of love with Rock.
Let's be for real. Like, how else did you expect a guy that left his wife and 2 children for you and wasn't gonna do the same? Let's be for real, for real. Like, let's back it up. All cult leaders aside. He left his wife and 2 children for you. And then got married with you. Put you in the back of the trunk bed. And had 2 of his female cult leaders or whoever with him up front doing the nasty. I mean, did you really think it was gonna get anything better than that? Come on now, dog.
Rock and grow tired of him flirting with other women in her own home constantly. which is fair. And this is where the first act of violence would occur in this cult. Rock, obviously not agreeing with Giselle's decisions to leave, would punch his pregnant wife in the face until she was black and blue, and then lock her in a room for over 2 days without food and water. So at this point, the cult was at a crossroads. The SDA church was no longer supplying them with natural food products or literature to sell, and debt collectors were knocking at Rock's doors constantly. So Rock did what Rock does best, and he skit town with his followers, and Giselle coming along with them. So at this point, he had 12 women, 6 men, and 2 children. Because if you have a problem, just run away from it.
So much time and effort to build your...
Wow.
So at this point, Rock would really start spreading paranoia of the second coming, because step 8, I don't know, in cult tactics is to instill fear in everyone from leaving. So he would start instilling fear of the second coming of Christ and convince his followers this was the best course of action to leave, that is. He would say the day of Jesus coming back was going to be July 6th, and the day of reckoning would be February 17th of the following year. So he gave himself some time
You
to
say
think
you
of some
jump
other...
out the truck while it's moving? Hey, look. That'd probably be your best bet, other than whatever else is going on now, because the toxicity is absolutely insane. Like, I don't know the psychological framework that goes on fully when it comes to the followers of a cult leader. I just know bits and pieces. I don't know the whole grand scheme of things, but I know that there's a lot of picking, like, as far as a cult leader, picking on those that are weakest, and in the weakest moment you become like their mentor in a sense, or whatever the case, and invoking your beliefs and toxicity onto them to make them feel as if you have to rely on them for the source, or whatever the case. Like, it's a lot of layers to this cult thing, and I've heard a lot of stories about cults, but common sense is not common. Let's just say that. Common sense is not common.
Their bullshit to tell them, which we'll get to. And he would convince them that he was God's personal emissary. And since he was, and they were completely tied to him, they would make it into heaven. As long as they stayed in the cult, they would make it into heaven. If they left, they'd be burning down in hell with Satan. And he would convince them as well that they must return to nature, so that when Jesus Christ did come back and he would do his 1,000-year reign, he would have a place to hang. Because apparently Jesus Christ likes to hang out in the woods, which is awesome. He would also convince them that the world was full of quote-unquote satanic child out to drink your blood, which, true. If anyone outside the church was to say otherwise, they themselves would be satanic child. So every point you look at, he had an answer for everything, and as to why you can't leave the cult and you should stay. So at this point, Rock and his followers would set out on foot and find their new isolated sanctuary. And this sanctuary would be called Eternal Mountain, pretty sick name, which was a 4-hour walk from any sort of civilization. And they would quickly start...
You said I'm too feisty for all that. I don't like people telling me what to do, as it is. Or you say you'd be the plum crazy to have someone dedicating my life. Look, dictating your life. I don't know. I think some people are just, the type of people that get rolled over a lot, or they're just so emotionally burnt out, maybe, that they're easily swayed by somebody that has a little bit of charisma and confidence, I guess. I don't know.
To build a community and compound from scratch. Starting at 5 a.m. every single day, they would wake up, cut down trees, haul rocks, and build, while Rock, unsurprisingly, supervised because he had cancer and his tummy hurt. He didn't do shit. He didn't do shit except everybody, but we'll get to that. And naturally, being in the middle of the woods, there was no grocery stores nearby. Or, anyone that really knew how to hunt or forage, so they starved regularly. And if any of the members were to disobey Rock in any way, he would make their rations even smaller. And the cherry on top is Rock would also pull a Jim Jones card and recite sermons all through the night so his followers wouldn't sleep. So these people were starved and sleep deprived, which made them incredible.
This is not the only time I've heard of like a cult leader sleep depriving the people that follow him or them. I think there has to be a psychological thing that goes on when you're so sleep deprived but hearing like a message like over and over again or something like that. I don't know.
Incredibly suggestible, even more so than they already were. They would also be stripped of their own identity, Rock taking away all of their given names, and he would give them names that were from the Old Testament. And Rock, the leader of the cult, would naturally give himself the humble name of Moses, which was also the same name that the leader of Children of God gave himself. Very humble, very humble. So all these people are up in the forest, sleep deprived, starving, scared, and lonely, and the number of women far outweighed the number of men. And Giselle, Rock's wife, would take notice and address it to Rock. She basically said that, all the women up here are miserable because they don't have partners, or most of them didn't have partners. So Rock would do a little Uno reverse card and flip it on Giselle. And he would open his Bible and pick a couple scriptures that played into his favor. So he would go into the Old Testament and find the scripture of King David and King Solomon that would declare that he should take on the difficult task of sleeping with all the women in the cult.
We gave ourselves 1 year.
That's not it. That's definitely not it. Because listen, if you know scripture, King David, King Solomon, yes, they had very many women, very, very, very many, very, very many. But it wasn't biblically correct. Like, God wasn't saying, yeah, that's cool that y'all guys do that. God was not for that. There is no scripture in the Bible that says, yeah, God approves of David and Solomon having a bunch of women at all. Like, that's not a thing. Everybody had their own thing as far as like why they are the way they are, but that's only to show that everybody's human and everybody messes up and everybody has their own flaws. But that wasn't to give people a pass to be like, yeah, go ahead and have 700 women. Crazy. Yeah, I know. He just really flipped the script crazy. If you don't look, anybody could twist stuff in your face. You not know if you don't know the material. If you really don't know the material, anybody could say whatever and then it sound true. Oh.
Idea. All right, she brought it up, and this isn't me. All right, Giselle's crazy, but she said it, so we should do it. So it was around this time, November 18th, 1978, that Jonestown would happen. The mass suicide that happened in Guyana under the cult leader Jim Jones. Also,
no way, is that for real? Is this like the real picture? Like they just all killed themselves, yo? Oh my gosh. Dude, what? Are you serious? I've never heard of this before. Like if this is true, like the Jim Jones guy with everybody just mass suicide, like, bro, that's crazy. No way. That has to be over. Damn, that's a lot of people. That looks like little kids too. Yo. Oh my gosh, the reality that hits once they freaking die and they're like, oh, we did not do the right thing. that's when reality hits. Is when that's crazy, yo. I'd have been if it was me and I somehow was in a cult and then they're like, all right, everybody got to kill themselves on 3, 1, 2, 3. I'd fake the mess. I'd be like, oh, y'all really did that. That's crazy, yo. I wouldn't be the one. I tell you that much. I would not be the one. I would. Not me. Not me.
That happened in Guyana under the cult leader Jim Jones. Also, let me know if you want me to do that. I know I mentioned in every cult video that I've done so far, but let me know if you want me to.
They drank the mysterious Kool-Aid, the mystery Kool-Aid. What is that? What is that? Kool-Aid Jammers?
A deep dive on that. The People's Temple mass suicide would terrify people globally about cults, and civilians and authorities were growing suspicious of cults growing in their communities, especially in the US and in Canada. So word would spread quickly about a giant French-Canadian man and his followers gathering at a place called Eternal Mountain, out in the woods in Quebec, Canada. So authorities would put everyone in the cult under a psych evaluation, but they would all pass, saying they were all sound of mind and all expressed that they were there out of their own free will. Rock would also be tested, but would unfortunately pass as well, with the psych eval people even saying, quote, unquote, although he has slight schizophrenic hallucinations and tendencies, he was of sound mind. Listen, I'm not a doctor, but that makes no sense. So after evading the authorities, Rock would annul all current marriages within the cult, and every woman would be forced to marry Rock. What? Oh, I didn't see this coming. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's what every cult leader does. It's like there's a handbook that they all read at the same time, but there's not. So it's weird. So all the women would be married to Rock and Rock alone. Most days in the cult would consist of everyone else working outside and Rock taking 2 or more women into his bedroom and sleeping with them all through the day and night. Some of the women were more than happy to oblige to this, but some of them were still not completely on board, but they were too scared to say anything, so they'd just go along with it. And if you think that's fucked up, just wait, because it gets way...
That is a wild way to just go along with it. You just left your whole life behind, school, work, family, and all, to just go along with it. Yeah, that's not. Listen, I want to, in a way, I want to have sympathy, because these people are victims, but at the same time, it is very hard to believe that you are not cognizant enough to be like, you know what, even through my deepest fears, I would rather die trying to get up out this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're seriously crazy, man. That is a long name you got, brother. Selective Detective True Crime Detection. What is up, my brother? That is funny. He convinced them that they would all be closer to God, and the only way they could do it was together. So he gathered them up and all drank his mystery juice. Okay, you talking about the other dude. Yeah, the other dude's crazy. He portrayed the second coming. Oh, that's wild. Almost right. What are they? Wait, selective detective crime, true crime. Oh, deduction. My bad.
Way
I don't know what that's supposed to
way
mean.
worse. If you're eating a snack right now, for example, I'm going to give you a forewarning that you're probably going to hate whatever you're eating in the next half of this. So the women in the cult naturally quickly got jealous of one another, all sleeping with the same man. What? So all of them would begin writing love letters to Rock in competition with one another. One of them would say, quote unquote, "Adored Pappy, well-loved master, my heart is sliding next to your immense father's heart. You have brought a lot of peace to me. I am happy about the lovely family you have formed and allowed me to be part of. Thank you equally for the promise of better days. I feel very good and being at your side and to be one of your children and to live simply but fully. She sucked at commas. And before finishing, I would like to tell you again before I had the impression of losing my breath the other night. I am slime, I am less than nothing, and I beg your pardon for all of the errors of my flesh. I love you, Pappy. That was another name that they gave him, was Pappy. It was either Pappy or Moses. There was no in between. Love, Thirsta. P.S. Please excuse my handwriting. Her name was Thirsta. That's what he gave her the name of, which fits, because Thirsta was thirsty. Sorry, I had to. If I start sweating, I'm sorry. And also, I'm nervous because this is going to get really gross really soon. So obviously, Rock was loving the devoted...
Like it wasn't gross already. There you go. Got it. Said, hey, SDTCD. Yeah, that's a long name, brother.
attention from his female followers, and also came to...
I'm gonna just say detective. Detective selective.
The conclusion that following the SDA scripture was devoid of purpose. It was getting kind of lame for him. He kind of wanted to make his own rules. Given that all his followers were following him and not the church per se, he decided to do whatever the he wanted. So he abandoned vegetarianism, started eating and drinking Pepsi, alcohol, and his favorite being cognac, and would consume things like potato chips, fries, just all the good stuff. And this would in fact truly lead him into his violent masochistic behavior that would make this seemingly mild-mannered cult at the time turn into the stuff of nightmares. For example, we know Rock would love to rant about himself in his sermons. And if someone had the audacity to fall asleep during one of these sermons because, you know, they were all sleep deprived, Rock would take a wooden club and beat them awake. And when one of his pregnant female members ate one too many pancakes at breakfast one morning, he would beat her as well and break a couple of her ribs. But some of the more particular cruelties, however, were inflicted upon children of the cult.
It sounds awesome. Sounds like a cult that anybody should join. Go to sleep, get your ribs broken, get beat all the time, sleep deprived, can't eat nothing. That sounds cool. That sounds like something I would want to do. What the hell? Ever heard about the Wonderland murders? I have not heard about that. It definitely sounds like something that actually I might have. And it was probably like a super, super long time ago. But I can't put my finger on it, so I'm going to say no. But please indulge in dropping some info down so I could better have some more knowledge about that. Yeah, see, Kenyon wants to know too. What is it?
Which is disgusting. I'd hope this piece of shit is just rotting in hell and just being burnt and Satan's doing all the things he did to people in hell. But anyway, at this point, Rock had impregnated almost all of the women in the cult besides one member, Maurice, which we'll talk about later. But there were also other children that were there before Rock's children came along, and they would be treated like they were less than human, to say the least. He would literally treat them like animals, making them sleep separate from their parents, often in sheds, even if they were infants, by the way. And when one of the mothers, Maurice, 6-month-old baby, was crying too much, Rock would order her to strip her baby naked and roll him in the snow until he was completely blue. Maurice being the only woman in the cult that was not wed to Rock, like I said before, because her husband was Rock's right-hand man and he let him have a wife of his own. And Maurice was not on board with Rock at any point, basically. She only joined the cult because Maurice's husband was so devoted to Rock. Naturally, Maurice decided she was fed up with the abuse she and her children were receiving and she wanted to leave the cult. But Rock would not let her, and this would give him an opportunity to assert his dominance within the cult. He would force Maurice's husband, Jacques, to cut off one of her toes in front of the other cult members. And Jacques would be hesitant at first, thank God. Rock would say that if Jacques didn't cut off one of her toes, Rock would cut off all of them. So Jacques inevitably took an axe and proceeded to cut off one of Maurice's toes.
Oh my gosh. See, you know what? I have no sympathy for anybody. Because look. In the grand scheme of things, you would think that, like, oh, they were so psychologically, manipulated, right? But they all had a therapist check them all out, and they all were solid. They were all cognitive. They were all aware. So they're doing things that they're aware of. They're not under any drug or spell or anything like that. They're doing something dumb. It's so stupid. It is so stupid. Every single one of them are stupid besides the children. The children are innocent. But these are adults. You know when adults try to say something to kids and be like, oh, it's because you're not old enough. Well, adults do stupid things too, kids. If you like true crime, that one has a full-on crime scene video. Whoa. It's about a cult. Definitely need to put that in the watch later list for sure. Haven't heard of that one. Recently watched the one in South Korea with the pastor. I have not seen that one. How do you say that? Delphi Murders. I think once they left everything behind, they didn't have anything to go back to. That is not an excuse for cutting your wife's toes off. I have nothing to go back. Have you ever heard of homeless? The homeless is everywhere. I'm from Washington State. The homeless is everywhere. I don't see nobody cutting off nobody's toes just because they don't have nothing to go back to. What are you talking? Like, what? I used to be a former mental health care professional. I know everything about competent. Listen, I was in 2 psych wards, 2 of them while I was in the military. So I know the other side too, and I know as a mental health care provider or therapist, right? Y'all guys gotta have therapists too, cause y'all guys be internalizing everything that's brought upon y'all. Rotten Mango covered the pastor one. I'm just trying to figure out that what would make them stay. I actually don't know. I don't know what would make them stay. I'm sure it's a collective of things. Not just one thing, of course, because that'd be a little insane. But I'm sure it's a collective. But nothing is justifiable. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't care at this point. I don't care what it is. Unless if they're a child, they're grown adults. There you go. Yep. Oh, you love your job. You work with the criminally insane. Oh, you was on the other side. I'm sure you have stories beyond unbelief. Stories upon. You should do like your own. If you don't already have your own YouTube channel, just faceless, and then you could tell all the stories you want. Nobody would know who you are. You just don't give no locations, no nothing. You just be like, all right, like almost like Reddit stories. Yeah, you must be strong-minded. Hey, and you got to be a little crazy too, because there's no way you're just like, yeah, I'm just here to help people. Look, you a little crazy. The reason why I know that is because I know a lot of people that work in the medical field. Y'all guys got to be a little twisted in the mind. Every single one of y'all. Every single one. Every single one.
And this would be the first in mutilation he made Jacques do, but Rock would do a lot of that in the future. So this would help solidify the fear of disobeying or leaving the cult completely.
So you get a toe cut off. This sounds like some MS-13 stuff. That's kind of what they would do. Or it would be, who else? It's a lot of gangs and a lot of mafias would do stuff like that, or there's no getting out. You have to die, or you have to fight everybody, and you get disowned by everybody. But yeah, I've definitely heard of cutting off the fingers or toes or whatever may have you. Craziness. I don't. Not for me. I'm good. Said, trust me, I had a 4K sub channel that got canceled because I was too outspoken. And yes, you need to be a little mentally unstable yourself to cope. Yeah. But that's crazy that you already had a channel and you already did it. Maybe you have to reframe it a different way, or like how you do the faceless YouTube channel, you pay somebody else to do the voiceover if you already have something written out, and then or somebody to rewrite what you've written, so then it could be, I guess, more internet friendly. I guess, I don't know. But that hella sucks though. That really does, because that's a lot of work.
Would eventually roll around. Remember, this was the day that Jesus was supposed to come back and hang out in the woods. But this never happened. What? It's crazy. What did Rock do? Did they all leave because they were smart?
See, I wish somebody in their right mind, out of, I don't know how long this went on for, because dude likes to pull up scripture when it best fits him. But you could easily pull up scripture with context and understanding that could just flip the whole script on him. Because check me out. Even just a simple thought of like, oh, they're waiting until Jesus comes back, whatever, right? In scripture, it talks about you will never know the day nor the hour. And the only person that knows is Jesus when he comes back. Only God and Jesus know. Everybody else don't know. So that already debunks like that whole part, you know what I mean? Like he's pulling stuff out his bum.
No. Rock's explanation to this would be that time just works differently in heaven. Yep, that's just.
He said, "My man, I have a good voice." Oh, you just go with the false narrative? Okay. Religious motivation. Hey, I hope that you retry it again, at least for your channel, because I'm sure it's pretty good stuff. It lasted for years, I assume, because kids grew up. Oh, that's crazy. Oh yeah, I know that we definitely have active cults for sure. We definitely do, and I think one of from Washington, we definitely had. I forget what it's called, but these people were like rich, but they had a whole farmland, and they would have a cult ceremonies way in the back of the forest or whatever. Oh, not the false narrative.
I forgot to mention that before, but that's why he didn't come back. It's just crazy. He said that 1 second in heaven can equate to 40 years on earth. So the people in the cult just were in just constant fear that Jesus Christ was going to come back, because there was no actual time frame anymore. And it was at this time Quebec City would do a piece on the Anthill Kids, which is the cult we're talking about right now. But it was nothing but positive feedback, with the headline reading, quote, "They are happy and they are free to live if they wish." That was the headline. The outside world looking in literally thought Rock was just this awesome, rugged, Canadian, free-spirited man who a lot of bitches, and people like that for some reason. I don't know. They looked up to him because he had all these devoted people around him. And they thought this because their main source for information in this article came from a cult member that had left very, very early on when it was just nothing but a positive cult, and said that he was even debating going back to the cult and that Rock was just this open, free-loving guy that taught him about God, etc. So that's the opinion that the outside world had on Rock and his cult. But it would garner the attention of authorities again.
Oh, you live in the Netherlands? Okay, so I heard that there'd be some wild stuff out there. You said Google, what is that, Son Nicholas? Is that, do you say it's Son Nicholas or Son Nicholas? Son Nicholas? Son Nicholas? I'll definitely screen grab that so I could check that out later.
And they would be forced to be put under psych eval again, all passing with flying colors.
Look, they got put under psych eval again, and they all passed with flying colors. That means they're cognitive, they're aware, they understand, they're present. So tell me out. They're all stupid. There you go. They're all stupid. Yes. Oh, okay, like Santa Claus for sure.
Except for Rock this time. Rock would be put in a mental institution to get his assessment done after his first initial one. But Rock, being the manipulative that he was, would call the press and switch the script, pull the Uno reverse card, and say that the psych people were completely against him and that they were evil, and the press would already be on his side, so they would print articles about how terrible the asylum was, so they would inevitably let Rock go. As a result of Rock's manipulative tactics with the public and a lack of proper investigative journalism, people were about to start dying as a result in the cult. Now, Rock, if you remembered, was previously married to Francine. You know, the woman he married and had 2 kids with and just abandoned out of nowhere and slept with multiple other women. That Francine? Classic Rock. But after Rock made the commune into something that he could be proud of, he would convince Francine to come back with his kids to visit on multiple occasions. And she would come back because he was just this charismatic guy who nobody could say no to.
Listen, charisma and stupidity, cult. Boom. That's it. Okay, that looks scary. You Googled it. But they say it's fun. Oh no. You said, I'm pretty deep into true crime, but I just learned that last year. And you usually cover American cases. Well, there's a lot of cases in America, that's for sure. You said the costumes are neat, though? Listen. If you're not dripped in silk, robed up, and it's not like red velvet or just like red with gold trimming, I don't know, with the white fur around, come on now.
For some reason. But one night when she and her kids came back, Rock was showing his feat of strength. He would just like to stand on stage and just do random shit. Dude would blow bubbles on stage and everybody would be like, you know? So he was up on stage, but he was bending 12-inch nails into V shapes, and everybody in the cult was clapping and singing his praises, and Francine, knowing that he's just a fucking idiot, just burst out laughing while he was doing this. But this would be a tragic mistake, as Rock would immediately stop what he was doing and proceed to...
See, now he has to make her an example because someone fell out of line or didn't understand or couldn't read the room that, hey, everybody's here because everybody's aligned with his principles, rules, practices, policies, regulations, however, right? And somebody laughing rather than just praising the man, now he has to make an example because that would make it seem as if he is not the cult leader that they so desired. Oh, you solved 3 missing persons cases. How you do that? Oh, you're an investigative podcaster. That's cool. That's super cool. Cause, what's it called? I like watching. Well, so far Rotten Mango, and they do the whole situation as far as the investigations behind those and the stories, backgrounds, newsletters, and whatnot. And we like to discuss them over here.
To punch and kick.
But we're not like Inspector Gadget or freaking what's that squirrel's name? I forget the squirrel, the investigative squirrel from a long time ago. I don't remember that cartoon name.
And beat Francine while she screamed for help from the people around her, because the whole cult was watching at this point. Not one of them said a word or did anything while he was doing this. Also in front of her children, because at this point they were not remotely surprised by Rock's random bursts of rage and violence. And she would live, but she wouldn't come back to the commune after that. And from here, the violence and overall darkness would continue to escalate into new levels. Now, as we know, Rock treated the children that weren't his own like pieces of shit. At this point, he would ban them from receiving any sort of love from their families at all. They would be forced to work every single day and sleep in sheds, even outside sometimes, which if you live in Canada, you know 80% of the year, especially moving up north, is pretty much not survivable. And this would be the case for one of the children. Samuel
very
Jagar,
cold.
a 2-year-old, was crying one night in the commune. And Rock, not liking the sound of crying children, decided that the only thing to remedy this would be to circumcise the child. So he would take a razor blade and do just that to the kid while it was awake. And Rock, thinking that he needed some sort of antiseptic to help, Rock would pour pure ethanol into a plastic bulb and pump it into Samuel's stomach. And before long, Rock killed the 2-year-old through acute alcohol poisoning. Like, the things that he does, like, they don't make sense. Like, even I know, I'm not a doctor, nor is he, but I know that pumping, pure ethanol into a child's stomach is going to kill them. So he just didn't care. He had no regard for anybody's life, especially the kids that weren't his. After he killed the boy, he would insist that the other cult members incinerate his body, so if any authorities were to come up to the cult, all the evidence would be gone. He would also blame the child's death on one of the other male members, because the other cult members didn't actually know that Rock committed this crime, basically. So he would essentially create his own makeshift court, him being the judge, obviously, and some of the other cult members being the prosecutor, the defender, and jury. Naturally, it would rule in Rock's favor, and he would sentence the male member, Guy Vier, to be castrated with a razor blade. This guy just loved mutilating people's genitals, as you will come to see. But he would not stop there. Through the weeks following, he would often get...
I need a break. That's crazy. Rewind. So nobody questioned the fact that there was just a baby crying, then all of a sudden it's not crying after a period of time of him circumcising the child. I wouldn't suspect that he's like ever left alone. I feel like people are around, because I'd feel like the area that they're in isn't huge, so like somebody had to be around the child, around the baby, and then to stop it. But then to be the guy that gets castrated and you didn't do anything. Listen, they all went to a therapist and they all said that they were good. They're stupid. They're all stupid. I don't like a single one of them. The children are good, but all of the adults are straight stupid. Like, okay. That's why when it comes down to something as such as this, it really comes down to just power and control. Like, no money involved, no nothing. It's just power and control. And I don't know why somebody would want to be malicious with power and control, and instead of doing it in a way that it's more freeing and not in an occult freeing type of way either. Hey, what up, Nefnon? What's good with it? Come on. We got the peoples in the chat. Yeah. Hey, make sure you guys like the stream. Make sure y'all guys share the stream. Blessings.
Completely obliterated off alcohol and tied Guy Vier to a tree and beat him until he was black and blue. And he often told the members to gather round and stab him to death, but once they got just close enough, he would tell them to stop and would laugh and would just basically bask in the fact that he could tell his followers to do anything, even stab a man to death, and they wouldn't. Naturally, it would rule in Rock's favor, and he would sentence the male member, Guy Vier, to be castrated with a razor blade. This guy just loved mutilating people's genitals, as you will come to see. But he would not stop there. Through the weeks following, he would often get completely obliterated off alcohol and tie Guy Vier to a tree and beat him until he...
Clearly, he never liked Vier. Clearly, because he knows in his right mind that Vier didn't do a thing. He did it. But he's having this murderous intent that, hey, let's do it. Just for no reason. I don't like Vier, and Vier doesn't need to be here. Let's kill him. Or at least close enough. You know what I'm saying? I don't see how they could be brainwashed like this, see these things happening, and still stay around. That's what I'm saying. A feeling of belonging. Listen, you could join a Facebook group and feel like you belong. You know what I mean? One less baby daddy is crazy. I'll stay being a loner if that's what belonging gets you. That's what I'm saying. What? Let me be a loner. You feel me?
He was black and blue. And he often told the members to gather round and stab him to death. But once they got just close enough, he would tell them to stop and would laugh and would just basically bask in the fact that he could tell his followers to do anything, even stab a man to death, and they wouldn't hesitate. Luckily, Guy, after months of abuse, would sneak out of the compound and go to authorities to tell them all the atrocities that Rock had done. So authorities, for once, would do their job and storm the compound, arresting Rock along with 3 members of the cult, while also having the children removed from the compound. But Rock would only rot in jail for...
Check it out.
Oh my gosh, she about to say 2 years, bro. This sounds like some bullcrap that happened in Korea. Oh, it looked like her mouth said 2 weeks. That sounds worse. It sounds like it looked like she said 2 weeks.
Would sneak out of the compound and go to authorities to tell them all the atrocities that Rock had done. So authorities, for once...
So somebody had nuts to freaking sneak out and tell the police what was going on. Yo, what up, Paige? What's happening? No, you're not late. Trust and believe you're not late. We got some time. We just now getting started. I mean, we've warmed up, but we're still now just getting started. Yeah, it took his wee getting cut. That's crazy. So is how to say your first name? Is it Yuki? Yuki's Page. Because that's a dope name. I don't remember where I heard that from, Yuki. I think it was from a cartoon. Oh, I remember. It was from a cartoon called oh my gosh, they used to sing it. It's like hi yucky yummy yumi show, something like that. It was like these 2 girls, 2 punk rock girls. One had pink hair, one had purple hair, and yeah. It came out like a long time ago.
Would do their job and storm the compound, arresting Rock along with 3 members of the cult, while also having the children removed from the compound. But Rock would only rot in jail for 2 years. 2 years.
2
What
years. This sounds like one of those crime cult situations where everybody involved only had 8 months to 18 months of prison time, and then they were out after killing 40 people. Like, bro, what? That don't even make sense. I said the U is pronounced as a chi, but in English is K. So it's Yuchi? Or you? Did I say it? Is it so? It's Yuchi. Yuchi. I think I said it right. The name is Chinese. I'm gonna have to look it up on Google and like type it in so I can hear what it's supposed to sound like. I'm gonna do it right now. Hold on.
These names, and we'll be looking at how to say more confusing names, including from Chinese that many mispronounce. Stay tuned to the channel to learn more. And now you know who he is,
What? Are you serious? That's how you say it?
Stay tuned to the channel to learn more.
Utsi? Uki? Is it like that? Uki? Oh, you said the name is Chinese. Yeah, exactly. It's okay. Okay, so I did it right then. I mean, it depends on how you want to pronounce it. If it's the Chinese way, then with a chi, or English, it's a key. Okay, that's dope. Yuchi. That's dope. Shout out to Yuchi. Yeah.
Killing a toddler. It's crazy. And the others had lesser sentences. And not a single member of the cult over this time period would leave the cult. They would all just sit and wait for Rock to come back. He would also manage to get 3 of the cult members pregnant during his imprisonment. This is the Canadian judicial system, by the way. It's just... I don't understand why they're letting this freak procreate behind bars. That is just beyond me. So in February 1984, Rock would be released from prison. And given he was banned in Quebec from having communications from the other members that also got arrested, he decided to pick up his cult and take them to Ontario, Canada, because the laws didn't apply in Ontario, which that makes no sense. So he would move them to a 200-acre lot east of the Burnt River, where the worst of the atrocities would be committed. On this new compound, Rock would force his members to build a 2-story house, a bakery, and a sugar shack where they made maple syrup. I hate that this shit stain is associated with our Canadian delicacy, but he is. And at this point, Rock had 12 members and 13 children in his cult. And each member would get a specific job on the compound, whether it was building, baking, being Rock's personal hairdresser, or even being Rock's personal masseuse. Pass. Rock was struggling to keep the compound afloat, though, with how little money they had and how poorly the crops were producing in that area, because near Burnt River, the soil just didn't produce crops. So he would convince his followers to start shoplifting and begging for money outside of the compound. But when that still wasn't enough, Rock would decide to get into the fruit business, as one does, and he would send a couple of his members down to Niagara Peninsula, which was also known as Ontario's fruit basket. Who would have thunk? So the whole plan was to bring up hundreds of pounds of fruit and sell them to the locals around their compound. And this business model would prove to be extremely successful, and he would create a company around it called none other than the Anthill Kids. Oh my god, she said the name of the video that we're watching in the name of the cult. Yep, that's where it came from. That's where it came from, a fruit company. So let's get into some of the atrocities. First of which...
So we haven't, as told, we haven't even gotten to the atrocities yet. This whole video is an atrocity. What are we about to hear right now that wasn't worse than what we already heard? A man cut off his wife's toes because of a random bearded man told him that he should. And then a baby got burnt to a crisp. And then another guy that was not guilty of those types of crimes got mutilated and stabbed almost to death. Like, okay.
Which mostly were consensual. So Rock would take 2 to 8 of the women to come into his room and have sex with him. And those that weren't having sex with him had to massage him. And even after Rock finished, he would make all the women pleasure themselves while he watched. He's just a giant cuck. And after that, he would encourage jealousy amongst the women. He would draw a square in the middle of the floor, make them undress and beat each other naked to see who was the best women in the compound, basically. Giving and taking away points whether one got pushed out or one was able to stay in. He would even get some of the men to stand in the circle, but since he said that other men couldn't beat on the women of the cult, the men would just stand in the square and just get the shit kicked out of them by these husky, forest-dwelling, cutthroat women. Rock wouldn't stop there, though. He would often, at random, just beat his followers without any warning, sometimes hitting their head with the flat side of an axe or a club. He would circumcise some of the members, and one of his favorites was stripping them naked and beating on them, forcing them to open their mouths while he did it. Rock would also often force the children to join the as well, making them watch the and even making them participate in some of the scenarios.
Bro,
We're told it's
I don't. Why involve the kids into this bull crap? Like, why? It's just like, I don't know if you guys seen the meme of when YouTubers or when people get famous or whatever the case, or YouTubers that are, or streamers that are like Fortnite, like blow up playing Fortnite or whatever, and then they all of a sudden start liking kids once they hit the pinnacle of fame. What is it with people wanting to mess with kids, bro? I will never understand that. That unjustifiable. Everybody needs to go underneath the jail cell. Immediately.
Stripping them naked and beating on them, forcing them to open their mouths while he did it. Rock would also often force the children to join the as well, making them watch the and even making them participate in some of the scenarios. I hate you, you piece of shit. He would also force them to in front of him, and he would say that this was just a form of education. And if there was any kind of retaliation or disobedience from the children, he would often throw them against trees, throw them in freezing lakes nearby, crush their fingers, even nail them to trees via their clothing as a mock crucifixion, and force the other kids and adults to stone them. He would even hold 2 babies over a fire at one point while the mothers screamed for him to stop, and he would just laugh, saying that he might throw one of them in the fire for fun. He never did, but what the This was quite literally a horror movie that they lived in. And again, Rock had literally convinced these people that God would strike them down if they left at any moment. So it was just one of those horrible brainwashing scenarios where no one in the cult felt that they could leave or retaliate in any way until it got really, really bad, which we haven't even gotten there yet. Luckily though, Marie...
Before I said were the atrocities, they were what I thought was the other 40 minutes. Now these other 4 minutes that had passed by blew whatever we listened to out the water. Now we about to get into some more stuff, bro. My little heart can't take it. My little heart cannot take this. This is too much. Absolutely insane.
Reese, the only member that was married to another cult member and that was on the edge of leaving the whole time, and mother of the 2-year-old that got poisoned by Rock, was able to leave the commune due to Rock feeling that she was too much of a liability because she was talking too much shit in the cult and he didn't want her changing the other cult members' minds, essentially. So Maurice would leave and then she would track down a social worker and authorities and would tell them about all the atrocities that were happening up at Eternal Mountain. And luckily they would go to the compound and take away the children from Rock and their mothers and put them into foster care. Thank God. But Rock did not give a shit about the kids leaving. He basically saw this whole situation as a necessary sacrifice to keep his up fantasy land thriving. And you'd think that the police would have enough evidence to return Rock to prison, but he would play upon the sensibilities of the assigned child psychologist, who he believed this psychologist would not only exonerate Rock, but express admiration for all the work he'd done in bringing children back to the state of nature. What the He was basically painted as a victim in a prejudiced society, and it was recommended by the psychologist that the children would be given back. What? They weren't. But thankfully they weren't. The request was overruled by a competent judge, and the children were taken away for good. But this broke something in Rock. It unlocked an even more vile and violent man anyone knew that he was capable of, and the atrocities would just keep getting worse, because now that the children were gone, he didn't care at all. Not that he even cared before, but let's get into it. So with the children gone, the behavior of the Anthill kids deteriorated into a cycle of and violence. And Rock would grow even more dangerously unstable as time went on, burning the skin off several cultists with a welding torch, striking one of his pregnant wives so hard in the stomach that she would suffer a miscarriage. He would often use pliers to yank out the teeth of his followers just on a whim for no reason. And he would also just beat, stab, and shoot them. They were like his playthings, basically. Everybody was just a piece of meat sitting around for Rock. He'd even force one of the members, Claudette, to eat human feces and a dead mouse. And after all these acts that he would commit, he would always collapse onto his knees immediately after and beg for forgiveness from God, asking why God is making him commit all of these atrocities against his followers. So he would just, blame God, blame the guy in the sky, okay? It was not any of his fault. And this is something that so many cult leaders do as well. They just say like, well, he told me to, so I don't know what to say. By 1988, the physical cost of this lifestyle with lack of sleep, nutrition, and constant violence was beginning to show in poor health in Rock's followers. But Rock would show no mercy. Solange Boyard in particular. Solange would express how she was suffering from stomach pain at the time, and you'd think because Rock himself was constantly suffering from stomach pain from his previous surgeries, he'd have some sympathy, and because she was one of his favorites, but he didn't care at all, and he would commit, in my opinion, the worst atrocity to Solange. So instead, he would make her undergo a makeshift operation done by Rock himself. He began by giving Solange an enema consisting of molasses, oil, and water, and then he would proceed to cut open her stomach and rip out her intestines with his bare hands, flooding the abdominal cavity with digestive acids. The cult would also watch all of this happen and not say a single word, out of complete fear. Even with
Bro. Who does this guy think he is? They can just literally leave. All of them. All of them can just leave. I can't have sympathy for ignorance. This is absolutely horrendous. Horrendous. But they stayed though. They stayed for this bullcrap. Look, warning comes before destruction. Warning comes before destruction. And that's scripture, yo. What part of salvation did they think this was coming from? I gotta rewind this real quick. Hold on. That's crazy, bro. This dude right here. This is the dude. This is the dude that's doing it.
Cut open her stomach and rip out her intestines with his bare hands, flooding the abdominal cavity with digestive acids. The cult would also watch all of this happen and not say a single word, out of complete fear. Even with Solange screaming and writhing in pain, he forced a couple of the other cult members to crudely stitch her up while she was still alive, and they would just leave her on the floor in that building, just screaming in pain until she inevitably died hours later. But even after her death and being buried, Rock grew even more mad. Convinced he could rise her from the dead, he would force his disciples to dig her body back up, cut open her skull, and make them join him into her decaying brain. It's just terrible. He would then cut out some of her ribs as well and make them into a necklace, convinced that one day he would, like Adam, give birth to Solange by biblical means. This man was single-handedly the most evil human being I have ever come across, and I hope to God he's rotting in hell, like I've said before, and that Satan is doing all these atrocities to him and the other people that did them as well for eternity. Anyway, let's continue. Since one of the members, Gabrielle, had joined, she had always been one of the members singled out by Rock, and not in a good way. He would rip out 8 of her teeth just because she said one of her teeth in the back of her mouth was hurting. He would just rip out 8 of them with pliers. But on July 29th, 1989, he would commit the final act of torture that would bring him and his cult crashing down. Gabrielle would complain about a stiff finger, and he would remedy this by impaling her right hand with a hunting knife and pinning it on the kitchen table. And he would leave her there for hours, just with her screaming in pain and bleeding profusely. But she was desperate to avoid passing out because she didn't want the same thing to happen to her that happened to Solange, because as soon as Solange lost consciousness, that's when they ended her life. So she was just trying to stay awake the whole time. And he would come back while she was still awake, but he would free her by severing her arm between her shoulder and elbow with a box cutter. Gabrielle would somehow
Oh my. Like, they're afraid to die, and they're afraid of God coming. Or if they left, they think they'll burn in hell. But look. They got tested twice by a therapist to see if they were good. They're cognitive, they're aware, they're present. They are. They all went on a field trip to the psych ward and talked to mental health specialists. And they all said they good. Like, I have sympathy because I'm a human for human life, but an idiot is an idiot. Like, you can't argue with stupid. They just don't know. Or they do. Well, okay, let's do a real definition. Ignorance is when you don't know something. Stupid is when you do something and you know you're not supposed to do it, but you do it anyway. That's stupid. So that's the difference between ignorance and stupid. Ignorance is not knowing something, right? Like, if I didn't know how to work a mouse, that's ignorance because it's lack thereof knowledge. But once I accrue the wisdom and then use the knowledge that I've gotten and I apply it, that is just good application of using wisdom and knowledge of the now mouse that I have. Now, if I knew how to use this mouse and acted like I didn't know how to use this mouse for what it's obviously supposed to do, then that's stupid. They know, they're cognitive, they're aware, they're in a cult and doing all this dumb stuff, right? And they still decide to do it, knowing that they shouldn't, knowing that it's wrong, knowing that they're in a place of fear, this, that, and the third, whatever. And they're allowing all of this stuff to happen because they want to stay, and they're stupid. I'm going to call it what it is. They're stupid. That's what I don't understand. They had all their facilities about them, yet they chose to stay. What on earth was so good to condone all of this? Hi, quick question. Will you continue to do the 5-in-1s of older Stray Kids songs? Once YouTube stops blocking my videos, then I would definitely pursue that. But until then, all of the music videos normally go on my Patreon. That's like it's a link in my description where I post all of the music videos that I watch. So I can't do it because it just all gets blocked. It gets blocked, and then sometimes it's blocked in certain countries, so everybody doesn't get to see it. So sadly enough, at this moment, no.
I'll survive the torture, though, and run away to a women's shelter shortly after her arm got cut off. But one of the members of the cult would go to the women's shelter and somehow convince her to come back. And the cult member that convinced her to come back had recently had the tip of his cut off by rock, just out of a whim. So you could just see how incredibly brainwashed these people were. So Gabrielle would return, and a few days later, in August 1989.
Hold on, I need the exact definition of what brainwash means, because this is a little. Because I hate when people say words and brainwashed. Like, obviously, we all, have an idea what brainwash means, but let's get the exact definition. Make, adopt radically different beliefs by using symptomatic and often foreseeable pressure. Oh, I said forcible pressure. The organization could brainwash young people, conditions, re-educate, persuade, influence, drill. To make someone believe something by repeatedly telling them that it is true and preventing other information from reaching them. Brainwash someone into doing something. Their government is trying to brainwash them into thinking that war cannot be avoided. Well, I guess in a sense, the news brainwashes people. The internet, the social medias. How to tell if someone's brainwashed. Brainwashed victims tend to be listless, withdrawn, and devoid of whatever personality marked them before they were brainwashed. This is particularly noticeable in both cult victims and spouses in an abusive relationship. So it has to be done through, well, they didn't start with trauma though. Because I was going to say, okay, trauma, it makes a little bit more sense, but they didn't start with trauma to be brainwashed. Because it says radically different beliefs and getting told something repeatedly. So because they got told something repeatedly over and over again, they become brainwashed. You could do it on Twitch, I believe. Ooh, that would be okay. If I could do that on Twitch, listen. Hey, and I don't get blocked or nothing. Yo, I would. That's where I want to maneuver. I just want to make sure I don't want to break no rules, guidelines, or whatever. Get strikes, but if I could do that on Twitch to where I could listen to like music and all the things like that, I'll do that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you should check out the SKZ Replay album because it's on their personal songs and they don't have music videos. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and screenshot that so I could make sure to check that out. Didn't it start with the small church? Yes, it did start with the small church following. So they're joining these long seminars, church things, right? And I guess getting told over and over again repeatedly. And I guess if their heart is open to receive that information, then of course they'll get brainwashed. But it's it's because, all right, so if it didn't happen to where the therapist said that they weren't cognitive and aware and they understood what, like, if we didn't have that, then that would be the anchor of as to like them being brainwashed. But like, dang, they couldn't run away because they didn't know, but they know. The thing that's holding them there is fear. That's what it is. Fear is holding them. It's fear of him, fear of God, and fear of going to hell. Those three things. If anything that I've got out of this whole thing, it's those three things that are holding them back from just running away. And still, like 50 Cent said, get rich or die trying. You feel me?
Rock would make his followers hold Gabrielle down as he heated a dry.
He said it. It's hard to rationalize, but look how devout some religious people can be. Listen, I am fully aware. I am fully aware. And obviously this is like me speaking from the outside in, right? Or, yeah, the outside in. I'm looking from the outside in. And I don't think it's like even my place to really figure it out, because what am I really gonna do with that information? Let's be real. You know what I mean? I like to keep it real with y'all. I like to keep it real with myself. If I attain that information, what am I really gonna do with it? You know what I mean? Like, you won't see me preaching to these cult members or brainwashed people, be like, this is not what you're supposed to do. Like, I'm here to talk to people that are cognitively aware. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it is what it is.
shaft with a torch and apply it to the stump of her arm. 3 days later, she would thankfully run away again to the same women's shelter and go to the hospital. But even then, questioned by police in the hospital, Gabrielle would still stick with Rock and say that he had nothing to do with it and that she got in a freak car accident. But the inconsistencies in her story didn't add up. So on August 9th, the authorities would return to the compound to search and arrest, only to find that everyone in the cult had vanished. But don't worry, this isn't some Roanoke situation, all right? We're gonna get the justice we deserve, so stick with me. The dismemberment of Gabrielle turned out to be the last straw for a lot of Rock's members, and they grew the courage to flee, along with Rock as well, but would flee not only by himself, but with his other devoted members, Nicole, Chantel, and Jacques. And they would manage to evade capture for a full 2 weeks, hiding in a makeshift camouflage shed in and around the compound that was there before. So clearly the police didn't search that well, but whatever. And this is when Giselle, Rock's second wife, would tell the authorities about Solange's death, and he would be tried for murder. On December 18th, the judge ordered Rock Terrio to be held on trial for second.
Listen, I don't know why this picture's all blurred out, but nobody can hide this ugly bowl cut, bro. This dude looked like Toad from Mario. Stop playing with me, bro. Like, what is this hairstyle? The only one that could rock this is Rock Lee. That's it. This thing here, crazy. This is like a no-go. Anybody with this cut like this, unapproachable. Stop it.
Degree murder. On January 18th, Rock would be sentenced to only 10 years in prison with the possibility of parole for good behavior. And that's the Canadian judicial system in a nutshell for you. Genuinely, it's fucking terrible, as we see time and time again. On a little side note in regards to that specifically, do you know that Canadian serial killer that I talked about that murdered and mutilated over 49 women? He got charged a little over 20 years ago, and he's eligible to seek parole now. So go yourself, Canadian Supreme Court. Anyway, so after Rock got charged and sentenced, most of his followers would disappear into anonymity. But a couple would go to seek help and even write memoirs about the horrific experiences that they had at the compound, including Gabrielle and Rock's eldest sons. But Francine, Chantel, and Nicole would rent houses near the prison and continue to follow Rock, even getting impregnated by him while living there. And although Rock was able to charm a few of his followers and some of the prison psychiatrists even, he was not able to sway his fellow prisoners. This is where it gets great. In April 1993, Rock was transferred to the Kingston Penitentiary for his own protection against the other prisoners because they all hated him. But this would be unsuccessful. Oh, what? No! On February 23rd, 2011, prison videos show Rock's cellmate, Matthew Gerard McDonald, Rock in the neck.
You said it looks like the Turner? Who's the Turner? Oh, I said the Turner. Ike Turner.
To death with a shiv. McDonald would shortly walk up to the guards outside of their cell and say to them,
"That piece of shit is downrange. Here's the knife. I've sliced him up."
That's just metal. That's pretty. I don't know what he did personally, but he did some good that day at least. And on that MVP badass note, that concludes my deep dive video. I know it was a long one, so I show Rock's cellmate, Matthew Gerard McDonald, Rock in the neck to death with a shiv. McDonald would shortly walk up to the guards outside of their cell and say to them,
"That piece of shit is downrange. Here's the knife. I've sliced him up."
That's just metal. That's pretty. I don't know what he did personally, but he did some good that day at least. And on that MVP badass note, that concludes my deep dive video. I know it was a long one, so I appreciate you sticking around, but my God.
At least at the end of the day, we have justice. Not like yesterday's stream when we watched old boy from Africa literally get away from everything and still was in prison just chilling like nothing. We get justice, people. We get justice. Justice has been served. Captain America symbol, Batman symbol.
was it interesting, disturbing, and informative during my research. So I hope that you enjoyed it as well. And if you liked the video, please like the video. It really helps out the channel. And also subscribe if you haven't subscribed. This is obviously Bessie's YouTube channel ever. And also, sorry I look like this.
Sorry I look like this. That's good. That's good. That was good. That was good. Big subscribe. Yeah. Let's see what else she got. Oh, she got the thumbnails. Yeah. What is this? Family vlog channel are finished. Yeah. Oh, that's terrible. What the hell is that? What the hell is wrong with people? I might have to watch that. I might have to watch that. This looks insane. Insanity. What is that? Deadliest cult? Ooh. How the world's deadliest cult leader was made. I'll have to save that. Watch later. The sad thing is that we had justice, but not from those who should have been provided it, but from a prisoner. Like, how can the system be that unhinged? I'm rocking with everything you just said, because yeah, that's valid. That's very valid. Chris and Stephanie are my best storytellers I watched in the case on both channels. Yeah, I didn't know she was such a great storyteller. She's amazing. Let me see. I think I heard about her serial killer brother. Oh, I need to watch this too. The dude that used to do the freaking Spider-Man stuff, crazy. I think he ruined his whole career. Surviving 3 haunted houses in 50 hours. I don't think I can watch that whole thing, but that looks very interesting. Mine is Kendall Ray, Grazy TV, and Stephanie. I've been watching Chris for a few years. I fell in love with her skits. That's where I found her, was her skits. Her skits, fire. Super funny. Ooh, stalker. Ew. Well, apparently she wants to talk about her stalker, so let's listen about her stalker.
Last night, I made a wish on a star, and the star answered. What are you, 5?
Like a
Hello.
Oh, she's about to talk about her stalker.
And today, I need to confess something. I need to apologize. I've thought about this for a long time, and I think now's the time to say it. The vegan teacher was right about me.
Chris is not a kind-hearted person.
I remember her. Yo, this was a whole thing. I remember that.
I would say she's evil.
Skin color, blue eyes, being sweet on camera,
is not a sign that somebody is a good person.
I do eat animal products.
I'm very excited. Take a bite of this. I actually hate eating on camera, especially a hot dog.
And I do encourage my audience to eat what makes them feel happy and healthy. First of all, disclaimer, I don't care if you're vegan, that's awesome. If you're vegetarian, cool, keto, paleo, whatever you want to be. I think anybody should be able to eat whatever they want to eat, and nobody should be able to say any differently. And I don't judge people for not being vegan. Also, eat whatever you want. Eat what makes you feel good. If you want to be vegan, if you want to be whatever you want, just do you, boo. And I don't judge people for being vegan. Disclaimer, if you're vegan, that's cool. If you're not vegan, that's cool. I don't really care. And I know vegan teacher doesn't like that, but that's okay. And for that, I am truly sorry. I'm honestly disgusted with myself. I don't even, oh no, my fingers were crossed. I didn't mean anything I just said, at least for the last part. The other parts, I'm not sorry for. I mean all of it. I'm not sorry at all. But the vegan teacher thinks I should be, along with a bunch of other creators that have done literally nothing to provoke her or the vegan community. All we have done to deserve these outlandish accusations is simply exist on the internet.
You're just so happy that Mr. Beast bought a whole store full of food and donated it to the poor, right? What did that include? Innocent chickens who were murdered. The whole thing is wrong. Nothing that he did in that equation was good.
To see if I actually like the taste of meat after not trying it for so long. The whole point of the video is I don't like meat and I just want to see.
Fish is a sentient being who wants to live. You wouldn't want somebody to put a hook in your mouth and shove you underwater for a long, slow, painful death. Today we're going to talk about the devil.
This is actually scary. I could picture her as one of my teachers growing up. Oh my gosh. She kind of reminds me of a teacher named Miss Durkee. And I had made a little song because her head was small, her neck was small, but her body was huge. And I always said Miss Durkee looked like a turkey. And I got in trouble. And I came right back and I still sang that song. She just reminds me of Miss Durkee, but if Miss Durkee just slimmed down like a lot.
Devil's name is Gordon Ramsay. A devil is defined as a creature that does nothing but harm in the world.
And yes, for those of you who do know, my wonderful, handsome boyfriend, Oompaville/Caleb, did just post a YouTube video about the vegan teacher very recently. We both wanted to double down on this because we both had recent ongoing negative experiences with her. And we wanted to speak about this issue in our own voices, through our own lenses and to our own audiences. And we also arm wrestled to see who could post first, and I lost, even though I was allowed to use 2 hands. So here we are. I'm just kidding, we didn't actually arm wrestle, but he has beat me at an arm wrestle where I have used 2 hands, which is embarrassing, to say the least. And Caleb has been so supportive through this whole journey with the vegan teacher. I know he's been on his own journey with her as well.
Ooh, look at that cross section.
Oh, look at the tender flesh. Wow, that is so. You first.
When people say to me, plants feel pain, okay, what you would say, well, that's your truth, and that's fine. You can keep that, even though you know it's factually wrong. What would you say?
I would say, I don't know if it's factually wrong. I think there is a stimulus that plants can, like, electrically produce when they're cut or whatever. I don't know if it's feeling pain the same way as a living sentient creature.
And he's got a lot to say about her, so go check his video out after this. But yeah, we just thought it was important.
Was that a fisting toy, bruh? I believe that thing is unsanitized. I'm highly convinced it's unsanitized.
About her, so go check his video out after this. But yeah, we just thought it was important to tell our audiences what the hell is going on. And I won't speak
like electrically produce when they're cut or whatever. I don't know if it's feeling pain the same way as a living sentient creature.
And he's got a lot to say about her, so go check his video.
So I understand her love for animals, but she's doing too much. I feel like there's, different approaches, different ways to deliver a whatever, but it gives me cult vibes. It gives me cult vibes the way they're just like this way or no way. Like I'm like, And look, I'm all for people doing and eating whatever they want. I'm more for like balance within what you eat, health purposes, right? And obviously for other people, they can't eat everything, so they have to have a prioritized diet, whatever the case may be. Do what you gotta do, boo-boo, right? As for me, I am not in that category. I am all for eating healthy, but I will have my knickknacks, snacks, and patty whacks. You know what I'm saying? Whatever patty whacks may be. I love Uncrustables. Uncrustables are a dessert for me. Besides that, it's ice cream and chocolate chip cookies. Hands down. That's all me, baby. And I love that stuff so much. Oh my gosh. Cheese? Bro. I am the most unlactose intolerant person in the world. I can eat all kinds of dairy. I'll order a milkshake with cheese sticks and cheese curds and with a side of milk and cookies, but not just a side of milk and cookies. I'd have a deep fried chocolate chip Oreo cookie with the side of ice cold milk, all in one sitting. I'll do that. You cannot stand this woman, but I swear, I've seen her on TikTok. Yeah, of course, normal vegans would not promote veganism like this. My friend did not care that I ate meat, but she recommended me to eat less. Hey, look, I'm all for that. Blessings for that, because I understand. I used to do that too, to where I'd eat only like I can't necessarily say I was on a diet. I used to fight a lot, like boxing and stuff like that. So I would be what would be considered a pescatarian diet, to where I'd only eat fish and vegetables and fruit. So there was a time where I had that going on, but that was specific towards, leading up to the fight and losing weight and stuff like that. So
go out after this, but yeah, we just thought it was important to tell our audiences what the hell is going on. And I won't speak on behalf of other creators that have been picked on by the vegan teacher either, but I can speak for myself and dissect her from the inside out, her content, that is. So let's fire up the grill, slap on some raw meat patties, and get into this meat monster together.
Your music into 100.
I need to know who our editor is.
All the major streaming services.
So as most of us know, the vegan teacher has made many videos about me. I even have my own playlist on her channel, which makes me feel kind of special, I'm not gonna lie. So let's take a trip down memory lane and check out some of the most memorable moments.
This is Call Me Chris. She's an actor. She's such a good actor, she can play at least 30 different characters. Here, she's talking about something that happened to her a long time ago. A personal that she suffered through. My question is this: if you don't like the fact that you were pinned down and assaulted, why do you pay people to do this to other females? You make fun of animal defenders who are defending cows, chickens, pigs, lambs, turkeys, all kinds of other females who are abused in the industry. So she might be talented.
She really did the song with the Thanksgiving joint. Got beans, greens, potatoes.
But she actually a good person. Now you have a dog. Your dog's name is Kevin. Dog is super cute. Just like all dogs and all animals are cute in their own way. I want to ask you, would you be able to take a knife and a fork and slice into your dog and eat him?
what a trip. After I called her out jokingly about using Crayola and crayon markers that weren't vegan, I figured she might stop. I figured she might stop making videos about me. She might realize that I'm smarter than I look, which I get a lot, which I don't know if that's a compliment or not. But no. What's in your hand there, vegan teacher? What is this? Is that a Crayola marker? Oh no. We're about to expose the vegan teacher. Let's do some research. Are Crayola markers vegan? We shall find the truth. It will be shocking for some people to know that creating crayons requires the usage of animal fat. Crayola crayons are not vegan? Oh no. I have exposed the vegan teacher. She has quite literally just doubled down and continues to spew out the exact...
This is too entertaining. I could legitimately watch like 3 hours of this. Straight up. I just sit back here like that. This is insane, yo. Said I'm eating chips, powdered donuts, ice cream, gummy bears, and ooh, I got gummy bears left. Thank you for saying gummy bears, because I just forgot that I have gummy bears and I left it in my vest pocket and it's hanging up. Ugh. See, I knew I should have got another. I knew I should have taken another pack of gummy bears, so I could have 2 packs of gummy bears. Cause I knew I'd forget about it, so that's why I put this in my vest pocket, so then I could forget about it. So then once I did remember, and I was craving sweets, I would have gummy bears. Big brain, big brain, big brain. You know what I also do? If I have like a bunch of 20s, right? And I don't have any like particular use for them like at the moment, and I have like bills paid or whatever the case, I'll hide 20s, or I'll put them in spots in my car or in my house or in pockets, so I could forget about them. So then if and when I need them, I can just have a $20 bill. Hey, sometimes there's down bad moments in life where you're like, dang, I need gas. $20 right there. What's up? You don't have anything sweet right now? Didn't get to buy ice cream. Hey, look, ice cream. Oh man, I could go for a tub of ice cream right now. I was about to ask who the vegan teacher was. Listen, my parents bought ice cream and forgot my. Oh my gosh! Look, that's a lump of coal right there. You hear me? That's a lump of coal. That they ain't there. Santa Claus ain't playing with that. You know what I'm saying? Santa Claus do not play. Like, you gotta get ice cream for everybody. It's not just, oh, you get ice cream and nobody else does. That's demonic. Demonic activity. He said, I got a 1 pound bag of gummy bears. What? Have you ever had that just huge gummy bear? Just for no reason. Just a huge gummy bear. It looks so big, it's disgusting to me. That's what the gummy bear looks like. Those huge gummy bears. Oh my gosh. You made iced matcha, boba tea 2 times. I think boba would be. I like those little jellies, those little square jellies. Yeah, I like those little that have like no taste at all. Those little, and they're yeah, like you get like peach jellies or whatever. I like those little jelly things. I like getting froyo. Froyo's gangster. I like the huge ones. Huge gummy bears. You just got Kool-Aid. I'm jealous. Hey, look. Kool-Aid sounds amazing right now. You know what I like to do with Kool-Aid? This is like even back in the day. They don't even do this anymore, but make Kool-Aid ice cubes, right? Make Kool-Aid ice cubes, get Sprite, and put the Kool-Aid, or once you have the Kool-Aid ice cubes, put them in your cup, and then put Sprite in it. Come on. Gangsta. Or if you have Jolly Ranchers, this is what I used to do. This is insane. This is like even a little beyond the waffle thing from yesterday or 2 days ago. I was talking about how I'd have waffles and then I'd put the marshmallows on top of the waffles, put them in the microwave. The marshmallows would expand, but then I put syrup on it. Phenomenal. This is kind of like one of them, but in a drink. So I'd take a full bag of Jolly Ranchers, right? And then I'd have 2 drinks of my choice, sometimes 3. So it'd be like either a soda drink, it'd be a soda drink, and then like a juice drink, right? So then what I'd do is I'd either have like a bigger cup or I just put it into like the bottle. But no, have a bigger cup. So then you could put all the Jolly Ranchers in. You put the soda in. You put the juice in. You let it sit in the refrigerator. The Jolly Ranchers will melt after like an hour and a half, 2 hours, or something like that. They will melt to like almost nothing. Then you have Jolly Rancher juice. It's absolutely insane. I have not tried it with alcohol yet. I'm sure it'll be ridiculous. Jolly Rancher juice is crazy. You're getting hungry now? Same. I have dinner just waiting for me downstairs. I'm definitely gonna have at it when it's time. Sure enough is.
Same shit about me over and over.
Well, it seems that Call Me Chris is still at it. She is still on social media promoting kidnapping and murder of innocent animals who never.
I don't get offended, but I feel like I should. You know what I'm saying? Kidnapping is crazy to say. That's crazy. What? Kidnapping? Stop it. Stop. Listen, if anybody's kidnapping, it's anybody that eats balut. If y'all know what balut is, or however you say it, is when you eat the chickens and the egg when like they're actual like little baby fetuses. That's crazy. But to say it's kidnapping is insane though. What? Stop. Oh my gosh, this lady has to be stopped. This has to be illegal to talk this way. It has to be illegal. Shout out to the yellow gummy. Come on. I'm going to name him Roger. Shout out to Roger. Roger about to get eaten. You're still a Kool-Aid kid even as an adult. I'm right there with you. Kool-Aid kids are up. Yeah, you definitely could add food to Kool-Aid. Hey, Sprite and Kool-Aid is A1. I used to do that all the time in high school and middle school. Oh, you grew up by farms and worked on them, and they produce good food. She could come at me if she wants to. Oh, you did it in my card lemonade? I need to do that. I have not did that one. That sounds fire. That sounds super fire. I can make, oh man, don't get me started. I'll be like a freaking little lab rat just freaking putting together some stuff. Shout out to Roger. Blessings to Roger. But
Never
kidnapping,
did a
though.
single thing wrong to her ever.
She created an entire generation of vegan-phobic people. People who not only continue to pay for the confinement, the enslavement, the kidnapping, and the murder of innocent animals, she also has encouraged her audience to...
Not the government, not the society, not nothing. It's just this one person right there. Her $60 every 2 weeks to go get some chicken. She the one. She the one. She's the only $60 that matters to go get some ribs or get some steak or get some chicken. She the one. She the one that matters. She the one that changed the whole trajectory of the ecosystem. Stop pigs from getting kidnapped. Stop chickens from getting kidnapped, you hear? Stop the cow murders. Moo.
To continue to those of us who try to save these animals.
Like, you could at least come up with some new creative defamatory statements to say about me, Miss Katie. But I do know you like to recycle shit, so. And the vegan teacher doesn't only make videos about me, obviously. She makes literally hundreds of other pointless videos. And I mean hundreds. It is absolutely insane how much she posts every day. Like, I kind of respect it a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you can't teach consistency. You cannot teach it. She's on a psychopathic grind right now.
14 times in one day once, and I was like, shit, that's kind of impressive. But honestly, who is that for? Because nobody's listening, really. They're just hating. She just basically loves the sound of her own voice. She's a grade A narcissist. I'm not a doctor, but I know one when I see one. This woman is just obsessed with getting eyes and views on her channel, and she's obsessed with making every human being become vegan, which normally wouldn't be a bad thing necessarily, but when all you do is provoke and defame other creators to spread that message, you kind of lose the validity of it. So she is literally doing the opposite of what she's intending. Because I see, and probably you see, 99% of her comments on her page are talking about how they're gonna go eat a burger after watching her video than anyone saying something actually positive about being vegan. And that sucks, you know? Because she's actually belittling and disparaging the good parts about the vegan community and the vegan messaging. I can actually think of lots of good vegan creators across the platform that spread thoughtful and intellectual information to their viewers. Because again, I have no problem with vegans. Do you say no to the moo? I don't give a shit. But the way the vegan teacher has gone about spreading the messaging about veganism just devalues the overall message. And if anything, she's just hurting the vegan community and pushing people away from it. And she has said some of the most outlandish things I've ever heard somebody say on the internet, and a lot of them being about me specifically.
I told you don't steal honey from bees, to use maple syrup instead, and you said they make it every day. It's literally their only purpose in life. They can spare some. You make money every day. I guess you're okay then with anybody just, you know, taking some of the stuff that you have extra, right? You just, like, people want to come up to your house, want to open the door, and they see your shoes there, like, hey, I'm going to take some of these shoes she's got extra. I'm going to go into her cutlery drawer and take a bunch of knives and forks, and oh, look, here's a safe with some money. Ah, Chris, she has tons of money. Let's just take some. Let's just spread it out and share among all of us.
It's not that hard, Chris. It's actually quite easy. You can be on the right side of history, or you can be on the side of cruelty.
Well, why do you need a therapist, Chris? You are somebody who is privileged at the top level of privilege. You don't need a therapist, Chris. What you need is just to be kind and to be vegan.
And this crazy has pretended to talk to me online so her viewers think that we've been in some sort of communication. She's like having a crazy, unstable, obsessive ex.
When you're going shopping, just put... Hello? Chris? What? No? No, in fact, I was just doing a video about you. Yeah, I was also going to mention the fact that you're promoting those shoes that are vegan. But you're not even vegan yourself? You're full of shit. Why are you calling me? No, I don't actually like you. No, I don't like you or Sniper Wolf. I think you're both two-faced. I think you're shallow. You're animal abusers. That's what you are. And I'm going to call you out until you change, or at least until your audience changes, even if you guys never do. Listen, you know what? Just don't call me again. Bye.
Chris, I don't care if you have 50 million followers on TikTok. It's irrelevant. You still have a moral obligation not to hurt the animals. You have to be vegan.
She a little freaky grandma. She got a little choker on, bro. Hey yo, don't get milk and cookies from her. She'll spike them for sure, and you'll wind up in like leathers and a freaking ball gag, guaranteed. She's a weirdo.
Yes. Yes, right away.
Like, I've never spoken to the vegan teacher on the phone, on email, on text. I've never had any communication with her before. And she has done this so many times. I've scrolled onto her live. I witnessed her pretending to talk to me on the phone while I'm just watching.
Meet Waterpik Sensonic Complete.
This is only a 15-minute video, and this is crazy, yo. I think she would be intertwined with the cult that we had seen earlier. Oh, you about to go? Good night. Oh, dang it. What up, Emerald? You dipped in and then dipped out with the quickness. But yeah, grandma freaky, bro. Grandma is freaky. The freakulator. Granny must be stopped. That's what needs to happen. Granny is the granny terminator. Hey, what up? I'm glad that you back. Come on now, we on something that's crazy. It's the freaky grandma, the freaky vegan grandma. It's scary but true.
Is going on? And she also constantly says stuff about my boyfriend Caleb and about us being together as well. And Caleb talks about that specifically at length in his video, so again, go check his out if you want the full tea. But she claims she single-handedly is the person that got us together, which is not true. But yeah, you should check it out of this video because it's funny and interesting as hell. And for those of you who are saying, well, why are you making a video about her now? You're just giving her airtime. Yes, you're correct. But the reason I'm making this video is because despite my best efforts and other creators' best efforts, this cretin has not been deplatformed yet. And I honestly don't think she ever will be at this point. So the best thing you and I can do from here on out is simply ignore that she exists. I know how tempting it is to go to all of her platforms and just tell her how much of a miserable human being she is, but that's exactly what she wants. She's a professional provocateur, and her goal is to poke the bear. She just wants to poke the bear, you know? Because when you poke the bear, you get the claws. The bear is you and me. She's poking us, all right? Because I know you guys are awesome, and you have been defending me in her comment sections and making sure she knows that she's an idiot. But don't worry, she knows. She knows. But unfortunately, you're unknowingly feeding the beast. Hopefully steak at least, but you're feeding the beast, and we don't want to do that. And I also want you to know that the vegan teacher, although saying these crazy, outlandish, horrific things about me and other people, her words don't mean anything to me. They don't hurt me. I do not take them with a grain of salt. I honestly think it's just funny at this point and just sad on her behalf. Like, everything she says has no negative effect on me because I have such a positive community that backs me. She doesn't. If anything, it just hurts her in the long run. So do not feel that you have to stand up on behalf of me. If anything, I just want you to sit down. Just come and sit down and hang out with me, okay? Or hang out with some other positive creator, and do not waste your precious time on this earth preaching words on evil deaf ears, because it's just a waste of your time and you don't need to do that. Although I do appreciate everybody that has stood up for me. I do appreciate.
Yeah, the vegan teacher. I saw the vegan teacher on TikTok, and I saw this lady on TikTok. So apparently they had I was about to say beef. That's crazy. I'm a comedian. Come on now.
Appreciate it. But if we can't get the vegan teacher taken down on any platform, we can sure as hell block and delete her from our minds. I know that's what I'm doing. So this will hopefully be the last video I make about the vegan teacher, because I don't want to give her more airtime. I don't want to give her another thought. I only made this video to let you guys know what's going on, because a lot of you have been asking and tagging me in a bunch of her stuff, and I wanted you to know what we could collectively do to make a difference, and that is just simply ignore her and shut this miserable human being out of our lives. And I do truly hope that she realizes the negative impact that she's had on a lot of people's lives and on the vegan community, but I genuinely don't think she will. But, you know, here's hoping. But that is it. So, you know, I hope you enjoyed the video at least a little bit, and let's just spread some positivity in the comments below. Let's do the opposite of what we do in her comments section. Just boost this positivity up. Let me know what other kind of videos you want to see in the comments below.
Yeah, that was an insane little take. I do want to see this. Kick, look, at first I was going to join Kick. I had did a video on the first one. So you see how it says number 2? This black creator, something about chickens, that dude, he creates phenomenal videos. But the first video that he did, it was about another Kick creator, and I had reacted to that. I definitely want to react to this, like, right meow, because I already mentioned it earlier that for whatever reason, when it comes to like streamers and YouTubers, people getting famous, for whatever reason they start liking kids. Freaking weirdos. I don't know what it is. This whole world is crazy, right? But I want to watch this. Side note, like I said before, I was going to join Kick. I had made a profile and everything. Once I saw his first video, I was like, ain't no way I want to be a part of Kick. Kick's trash. I ain't never. They could offer me all the money they want to. I would never want to be a part of Kick because they be protecting weirdos. They got a whole bunch of pedos up in the. I seen some other clips and other streamers doing some weirdo stuff and talking about some crazy crap. I mean, same across the other platforms like Twitch and stuff like that, but nothing comparable to Kick. Kick is a little wild. But as you guys can see here, the icons on the side, and if you haven't already, go ahead and follow my Twitch, because I'm gonna be going live on Twitch soon enough. I'm getting everything set up. Gonna get my little office room set up, all for streaming and whatnot. So y'all guys gotta stay tuned for that. I'm gonna be gaming and everything. You feel me? So if you have not already, go ahead and follow me on my Twitch. All right, before we get started, let me see if I can pull it up. So y'all guys know what it looked like. I think I got 17 followers. 18. We're up. Hey, just make it 20. Just round it to 20 and I'll be good. Then I'm ready. But yeah, this is a little joint right here. I'm about to get super active on Twitch because I know I got to get the hours in. So I know soon enough I have to do that. So yeah, I got to make sure I get my hours so that I could be a partner. Oh, that was the case you were talking about? You sent me an email. Oh, that was a little minute ago. 98. Yeah, that dude sitting in the chair look crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right. To catch a kick predator, number 2. This should be good.
Is Tomer Lawton. He also goes by the name Colton. He's a 21-year-old YouTuber with millions of views to his name. Instagram and TikToker with millions of views to his name. Claims that he was a model for Zara. And yes, he's also a kick streamer. And here's him about to get a girl that's not of age to expose herself live on his stream. You might have heard other YouTubers talk about him, but unlike them, I've gathered a year's worth of research and footage that you are about to see. Because on the surface...
that's the case that you're talking about with the 2 serial killers? I'm gonna definitely have to deep dive into that one for sure.
Tomer comes across as the typical run-of-the-mill Riz content creator that goes on Omi TV and the Monkey app, which are 2 alternative websites that everyone's been using since the original Omegle shut down. And he goes on these sites to specifically pick up girls.
Yo, what's your name?
My name is...
Yeah? Do you believe in love at first sight, or should I walk by again?
Walk by again.
Oh, this is cringe. This is super cringe. Alright, so if your cringe bones and muscles aren't working, be prepared.
Nice to meet you.
This is probably gonna be the creepiest stuff you've ever seen on the internet. Is cringe content.
My name is Colton, but my really, really close friends call me Ben. Ben. Bend over. I think you should give me your snap.
So now that you've seen the content, there are a few videos that are outliers here that I feel are worth pointing out.
How old are you guys?
17.
Alright, so the moment you turn 18, my brother, you should come over and suck the out of his. And I mean, I don't want you to sloppy toppy. I want Glocky 3000. I want you to suck the.
That's crazy. Put him in jail now. Right now. Put him in jail. That's crazy, bro.
What does it look like?
Exactly like me, just maybe a little more bald and a little badder. I don't got a picture, like my phone's dead, like I don't know how to show you.
Is he there? Is he there?
He's on a call with me, yeah, and he's saying he wants to come all over your faces and inside all your tight little holes. So drop your snap.
Now, most will agree that it's pretty weird to act like this in general, let alone to girls who aren't of age. But hey, I'm probably just nitpicking 2 random videos out of the hundreds that he spams every single day on social media. But that's when Kick comes into the picture, because there you'll see his true colors.
You find me attractive?
And Kick does nothing about it. That's the thing. Nothing about it. Nothing about it. And there's more like him. There's more weirdos like him, yo.
Would you say you're like single?
Yeah.
And ready to
Maybe. Nervous. Turned up.
Maybe? Or like, would you flash me?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
Maybe because whatever daddy wants, daddy should get. Maybe because I'm daddy.
I don't know about that one.
I think we got off on the wrong foot.
Oh.
Getting way too hot in here. Why don't you get up and give me another 360? Did you guys say you have a car or no? You don't have a car, right? Right. That's what you said. You're just gonna ride me instead. Just put your snap in the chat. And take off your top and start figuring yourself. Based off the sound of my voice, what would you rate me?
I give you a 7.
Hey. I.
Wow, you're so cute. You have a great smile.
Really? Listen, I don't mean to flex or brag or anything like that, but I am a 6'3" Zara model. If I add you on Snap and send you a pic, odds of me getting nudes back.
It depends.
Wait, you actually have a kid though? You weren't joking.
Yeah, I actually have a kid. Maybe you guys would get along really good.
We would, yeah, we'd be homies. I'll take care of you sexually and of him financially. Well, we'll talk about it, yeah?
Word.
Can I see mommy's titties, or is that being crazy right now?
He uses his looks and corny pickup lines in an attempt to seduce these girls, get their Snapchats, and to flash. And let me tell you, he tries everything.
This is what I do for a living, yo.
Model. What?
What?
Tell me your name first.
My name is Colton, but I just did a photo shoot for Zara and I wanted you to rate the fit. Just modeling portfolio, you know?
Yo, he's so nice. Where are you from?
I'm from Miami. But I'm a 6'3" Zara model. No, I'm playing.
And everything.
What about an ass? You gotta think.
I've got some pictures.
How are these types of people alive, bro? We went from cult type individuals to literal pedos, bro. What?
Wait, hold up. I dropped my vape. Not the vape.
The muscles in his back.
Because he's ultimately waiting for the right moment when one of these girls takes the bait.
Wait, I'm Himothy.
You're what?
I'm Himothy.
Timothy, that's your name?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Can you pull your hair? Is that shit a wig? It's too nice to be real.
It's
Good girl, listen to daddy.
Dude.
How old are you?
I'm 18. How old are you?
Cool, 20. I think we'd make gorgeous babies.
We just got a Twitch follower. I gotta look at it. We're at 19. Let's go. We're lit. We're lit, everybody. Yeah, big smiley face with the sunglasses. Appreciate the subby. Or I said the follow. Yeah. Alright, just need one more to make 20. And I'd be good. I'd be solid. I'd be satisfied.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think I want to bust my nuts all over your mouth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just ignore the little one. Just give me your snap. And I'll raise you over text. You know what I'm saying?
I doubt that, but I'll still give you my snap.
Why would you doubt me? Why are you doubting me, baby girl? You already got doubts. We're not even together and you already got doubts. You don't want to assume the positions? Oh, you're going to be assuming all the positions. Wait, before you type your snap, can I say one thing?
Yes.
Would you pop your tits fast, you two?
Like right now?
Okay, so even though there's a friend in the room behind Tomer, you're about to hear other voices as well suddenly appear out of nowhere. Those are his other friends.
Blessings. Blessings. You hella did. Hey, look. Big love. Big love in the chat. Appreciate the follow.
He's in a Discord call with. And one of the main guys, he's Tomer's head Discord and stream mod. He also does edits for him. His name is Sean. He's going to direct him through all of this on what he should say. So this girl won't know that those people even exist, let alone that she's also on a live stream.
Would you pop your tits fast, you two?
Like right now?
Yeah.
Okay, see...
What?
I don't know. Wait, why before my snap? Are you not...
Just for the one time. Just for the one time.
No,
Add you if you pop.
Wanted to make it dramatic.
We'll see.
Alright, show me your titties.
I was hoping we could like just start talking and you wouldn't.
Yeah,
No.
I was gonna, but then I was like,
Do I really want to see?
Do I wanna see
really
them?
want to see.
You know, they're not that.
They're not that nice?
No.
You know what? I hate it when girls say that. You know why?
Titties are titties.
I love titties. I'm a titty guy. I wake up every day, every morning, every night.
How has this dude not gotten picked on ever in life? Like, this dude looks like he'd get bullied at my school. Like, serious.
I go to sleep and I just.
MRT, wait. We need to get this
I
clip.
do it for titties. I do it for nice titties. And I meet a really nice girl that I like a lot. You don't even understand what you've done. Ruined my night and my day and my week.
I was just kidding.
Why do you have to do that, though?
Bro, I was just joking around.
If it's not for God and for titties, who are you doing it for?
I was just making a joke. I think they're nice. Honestly, I love myself.
I see.
For just a second. Just 1 second.
Okay, just for a second, guys, go follow Twitter. I'll be right there.
She ends up flashing him. But let's play back what his friend on Discord just said.
Okay, just for a second, guys, go follow Twitter. I'll be right there.
So he gets these girls to expose themselves just so that he can post them as clips onto Twitter afterwards.
Boys, follow the Twitter right the f now. What is wrong with you, man? Try all those bitches that flashed us. Show us their shake us on camera. Pop their f***ing pussy. All those whores that I can't show on stream or offline while I'm getting clips or I'm recording YouTube videos and they go off because I'm hot. All those bitches with nice tits. They're all
they're all kids. Kids. Children. They're children. Look, from the first one that I've seen, To Catch a Kick Predator #1, it didn't accrue as many views in the amount of time this one did. It eventually got there. It has quite a bit of views. But this one got 1.8 million in 5 days. This should be like well in circulation for the police to already have, you know, a whole investigation on this man, and he should be in cuffs before the end of this month.
On the Twitter, guys, if you want to see fat brunetties and blondies, then you're gonna go follow the Twitter right here, G. Itamor, act like you just seen the craziest shit in your life. Look the Twitter.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. I know. Do you think they should all go follow that?
Go follow that.
God damn. Go follow right now.
All of that happened back in 2023. All those posts on that Twitter account has since been deleted, and the girl that Tomer was talking to was over the age of 18, which, let me make this clear, is revenge porn, which is illegal in both Miami, Florida, and Toronto, Canada, the two places that he publicly states that he lives. These people on Omegle, Monkey App, Omi TV, they all can't consent because they don't know that they're being screen shared to Tomer and his buddies on Discord and live streamed to hundreds of people on Kick. And it doesn't matter if the person is under or over the age of 18. But you've already seen some of his short form videos. So you already know he doesn't shy away from talking to girls that are younger.
That's something playing exclusive. Take a look at these.
You want to bust it?
Yeah.
Why would you say yeah?
What was I?
Just put 9 gal in a sprinter.
I'm from.
Fit in one
so
SUV.
cute. Let me see your face. Whoa. Whoa. Who said that? Girl, if you want to see my I need dinner first. Like, I'll you get on from behind and everything, but I need you to, like, you know what I'm saying, take it slow.
Oh my god.
Yeah, sounds good.
Why?
I don't know.
Skip these parts because these
Mom?
No, it was my dad.
Is he a baker?
Oh my gosh.
No, he's in the military.
Then why are you so hot?
This is going on forever.
Oof,
oh my
there is.
gosh.
It's too much.
It's so good.
He censors her side of the screen with a cartoon duck emoji. But let me remind you, she does not know that she's on a stream.
What up, Sable? We are on the other side of the internet today. First, we started out with cult leaders. Then we started out with the vegan teacher going crazy. Didn't get the notification. See, that's why I'm gonna make the Discord. So then once I know I'm live, I know everybody get it, because Discord will definitely let you know for sure. But because there's a lot of these long-winded points in this video that's just like, I don't really want to hear. I mostly want to hear his talking points. I don't know if we're even gonna do this whole thing, but for the most part, I want to hear the justice part. I want to get to this part right here. But I'm sorry that you didn't get notifications. YouTube, I don't know. YouTube is a little weird. It kind of seems like YouTube eats its own in a way, because I've heard some of my subscribers had to resubscribe a few times because YouTube, for whatever reason, they would come back onto my page and then it would show that they're unsubscribed, and that's weird. And I know that's happened to me, to a couple creators that I used to follow. They would just be unsubscribed. I'm like, well, why? Doesn't make sense. So yeah, the vegan teacher was crazy.
Stream right now. Also, she's 17. That means all the photos that she's showing Tomer were from when she was younger.
It's just me being wet.
Is that you right now?
Maybe a little less, but
you want me to test it?
Close enough.
Can I find out, or is that crazy?
You can if you want.
Okay, well, I was going to say, I don't think anybody wants to see it, but I'm pretty sure people don't want to see it. Ozzy and Sean and you and me.
This girl proceeds.
YouTube doesn't want me to win, but I'm gonna win regardless. Regardless, we gonna make a way.
To touch herself.
Waymaker.
In front of Tomer. And after minutes go by, they have to abruptly end because...
What the f*** is that?
Blood.
From what?
That's okay.
Nothing but love. But...
Could be pissing blood. Well, not pissing. Could be coming out with blood now.
He then reports her and goes on his way. Then he says this.
Oh, thank you so much. Wait for everyone to leave the Discord.
I was acting, bro. I did not like that at all. I know you guys know I hate doing that, but when I do that...
weird?
No, but when I do that, bro, the views go up insane. 2 people joined the Patreon. Thank you, boys. I love you. The full video is gonna be on Patreon. The full video is gonna be on Patreon.
You heard him correctly. Tomer's advertising his Patreon, where for $25 a month,
You're so
you could access...
but the notifications didn't pop up. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't even know how to mitigate that besides, I guess, Discord. Cause it seems like, well, I know on Discord everybody gets the notifications. Oh wait, yeah, everybody gets the notifications on Discord. So yeah, I'm making it. I'm actually tomorrow's Tuesday. What's tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow's Tuesday. So, oh wait, I got a meeting. Sometime tomorrow, I'm gonna start the process of making a Discord. I will make the time to make the Discord. So I know everybody will get the notifications there. For whatever reason, they don't get them on YouTube. Only like 5%, if that, get notifications. So it's like, oh, let's send out notifications for those that are least interested. What? It's Tuesday for you. It's probably Tuesday for you. It's 9:02 on a Monday for me. But tomorrow is Tuesday. I'm looking at my phone now. It's August 12th. What you doing? I was about to believe you.
To the uncensored videos of the girls he gets to expose themselves from both Omegle, Omi TV, and the Monkey app.
You guys are rats. You don't drop subs anymore, so that's what you lead me to do. I've been live for 3 hours now, 1 sub. It's fine, bro. I'm here for the community, but I'm just saying, guys, your boys gotta eat from a financial perspective, hence why we do the Patreon. But that full 30 minutes of her absolutely destroying her pussy, everything.
Question.
It's on Patreon. I don't know, guys. Look, I got a girl, right? So I do this for you guys. Like, when I do this, it's for you guys.
Yes, tomorrow is Tuesday. Yep.
I don't fucking enjoy it, bro. I only enjoy that when it's my wifey. When it's random whores, it's like nice pussy, but I mean, yeah, like, I'm not gonna say I hate it, but no, but you know, the girls see me and they're just they instantly turn
This
into
dude
a so
is a turd.
we automate that. I love you, chat. Holy look at the Discord. You guys are everyone in the Discord, drop a sub right now. I've never been in a Discord call with this many people, bro.
Well, if anybody knows what a Discord is, this is technically what a Discord is, but this is very cluttered. A cluttered Discord. It looks highly dysfunctional. I wouldn't want to be in there. No way.
People.
But he would even go as far as to offer this.
Also, whoever joined the Patreon, all three of the homies, I'll give you her snap and like I got you. Hit me in the DMs on Patreon, I'll DM you guys.
He's advertising that he's gonna give the 17-year-old girl's Snapchat to anyone that pays for his Patreon. That's wild. There's no way to know the age of the people who are paying for 17-year-old girl's Snapchat to anyone that pays for his Patreon. That's wild. There's no way to know the age of the people who are paying for that. So your master plan to boost sales is by giving away her Snapchat? That's foul. But tell us more about this Patreon, Tomer. I'm listening.
This is it right here, yo. I made it, yo. But I'm gonna remove it. So join up. Because 20, yo, for all the hours that I put into this on a daily basis, yeah.
It's really a fast food meal, boys.
So boys, if you want to join, it's your time to do so right now, and I mean that too. But Chad, this is not just you getting free porn. Not free, but you know what I mean. This is you being able to join our Discord calls on a daily basis, on a concurrent lucrative exotic daily basis. You can pop out with the homies, see all this while we're live. You're in the court. You don't have to yeah, but this is chat. This is all censored, y'all. Can't see anything here. All of this, chat. All this crazy stream during doing this, I genuinely couldn't have because I can't show any of this on stream.
Alongside his exclusive club, he's promoting that you also get access to his Telegram group chat. And on there is every single video Tomer has ever gotten of a girl to expose themselves. And now would be a good time to tell you that Tomer has been doing Omegle content for a pretty long time, dating all the way back to 2020. But back then, all he did was get girl snaps and leak it to the chat.
What's your snap?
Here, I can't see. My phone's like blocking my keyboard.
We'll make sure to add you up.
Okay.
I want to run you like it's rain. What?
Okay.
Okay, bet. How old are you?
17. I turned 18 in May.
Okay, well, you better call me in May, okay?
I will.
Love you.
I love you too.
I got the snap for you guys, so all I ask for is a thank you.
But now, like he said,
your boys.
The way he talks with his throat. All I ask is for a thank you. Oh my gosh, bro. I said it before. Lock him up. I guarantee you, he'd be holding somebody's pocket in jail. Dude is super gross. He would be holding some dude named Bubba pocket in jail. They would make him scrub the toilet seats with his own toothbrush. They would take all of his belongings. They would take all his commissary. He has to sleep on the top bunk. He gonna get Kool-Aid put on his lips. Guaranteed. Put this man in jail right now. He's not smooth or cute, so no girls his age would give him I'm saying not a single minute of their time.
He's got to eat from a financial perspective.
So he moved over to something he knew would pay. And that's why, on his Telegram, he has accumulated over 268 videos, 1 file, and 18 GIFs. Now, there's no way of knowing if any of the videos in that Telegram had girls who weren't of age in it. Right?
I mean, you guys even probably remember this bitch. This was on stream. Okay, whatever. There's like a million clips.
So what you just saw was Tomer showing the face of one of the girls he got to expose himself. It just so happened it was a 17-year-old.
Yeah, jail would be his best friend. For sure.
you saw earlier in this video. So now we know one of them has a girl that's not of age in it. That leaves us left to wonder about the 267 others. His Telegram has over 100 members on it. That's a lot of people. How is he getting so many people to join his exclusive club? Well, he's advertising it on Kick, but he also went back to promoting it on Twitter. But not on his main account though. Under the Twitter handle, Omegle_HD, Tomer was spamming sneak previews of his exclusive club content every 10 minutes, by the hour, every single day. But if you look closely at this clip, Tomer was advertising this Twitter account while being logged into a different Twitter account called Omegle Club. And alongside that, I found that he had another account called Omegle Community where he was doing the exact same thing. What Tomer is doing is illegal on so many levels. He's filming, saving, editing, distributing, advertising, and profiting off of CP. And he feels the freedom to do this openly and live on Kick.
Yo, what up, baby? How old are you?
How old are you?
I'm 19. Fuck,
I'm
my bad.
16.
Everybody in that chat needs to be in cuffs too. Everybody. Because if I guarantee you he didn't get reported by not a single one of them people in the chat, and they just sitting there watching. Craziness. I heard Telegram is bad too. Yeah, Telegram, yeah. Telegram can be bad, but Telegram definitely is like the other version of, I guess, WhatsApp in a way. But yeah, Telegram is where scammers be too. You talk to a friend on Telegram, but never dared actually to use the chat room. Hell no. Yeah. Yeah. Telegram is an iffy place.
Oh my god.
Sorry, my hair is going crazy right now.
Wait, bring the mic closer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Your voice just sounds better when it's closer.
She's 16.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, I do.
You wanna play with your pussy while I talk to you?
Bro, she said she was 16.
That was out of nowhere.
Are you 20?
No, I'm not 20.
Are you 18?
A little younger.
Okay, I'll accept 17. You're 17?
Yeah.
When's your birthday? To turn 18?
I have a late birthday.
Yeah. Late birthday. What are you into late birthday?
And for his friends that still decide to be his friends, and they know that, bro, they're they're just as bad. They're just as bad. Any online chat can be bad if you aren't careful. Look, I have to say yes and no to that. You know why? Because people curate their own fan base. It's just like, okay, the same way as my community. Y'all guys do not project that energy. Y'all guys don't have that energy. Because I don't also have that energy. You know what I mean? Like the Aiden Rosses, the Kai Sinats, these perverted individuals, like they project all different types of personalities that, you know, bring in a certain type of people. I don't bring in that certain type of people. I generate good people coming to me, coming around my circle, you know what I mean? So I get it. But you are who you attract at the same time. Yeah, this is extremely crazy.
Suck the I'm gonna make every morning before daddy goes to work. It's just gonna be a good life, alright?
After this whole interaction,
I need to know his parents right now. Who are his parents? Who raised him? Because the parents are liable. The parents are liable. Yes, he's an adult now. But the parents raised him. The parents raised him.
I ended up
you definitely give what you get. Exactly. Because you look. The internet is the internet, but if you giving off that type of energy for people to say whatever and whenever, look, people gonna treat you however. I don't play that. Not me. Not over here.
Finding her on Omi TV and telling her that she was on his live stream. So now that you've seen all of this, let's catch Tomer. Because there's a few questions I gotta ask him. I tried connecting with him on Omi TV using the one thing I knew he wouldn't skip. Himself.
I know she a big bitch. Yo, that guy's sexy as f-.
Man, how you doing?
Yo.
Yo, man, aren't you a content creator?
I am, yeah.
I've seen you before. How old are you? Aren't you like
21, bro. It's your
what you doing on here?
Instagram. I'm just live right now.
You live on Kick?
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I know you. I have a question though.
Mans. Yeah.
All the girls that you see on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like all the girls that you connect with.
Yeah.
Do they know about your streams?
A good amount do, yeah. But a good amount don't.
Do they know about your exclusive club?
What the fuck?
What do you mean?
Do they know about the?
Got him. He's gonna get scared and he's gonna jump off. I guarantee he's not gonna even have a full conversation. His heart palpitating right now. It's palpitating. You hear that? It's palpitating. It's gonna be skipping beats and all kinds of stuff. Look, this dude is he trying to figure out who he is and how he knows. That's why his moderator was like, what the F? Listen. Make this dude know that you know him and that he is going to jail.
The way you're profiting off of them.
Well, some do, some don't.
Okay. So does this girl ring a bell?
Bro. Holy fuck. It's one of the clips of one of the bitches. But she's not in there. Chat, she's not in there. We're good. Jesus Christ, bro. Bro's trying to fucking kill us. Yeah, Blondie, what's your name? That was wild. He was cooking. Did they know that we're profiting off of them? Profiting off of them. Do you even know that, like... He doesn't even know. Should I just say it?
No.
You know what I'm gonna say, yeah? Something about chicken doing side quests. I respect it.
Well, he skipped me. But after he finished his stream, I got a very special DM from someone.
Yo, Darrell.
Spelled my name wrong. It's 2 L's, by the way.
My bad for skipping. I had 20 people in a call yelling and you did catch me off guard. But yes, that girl did flash yesterday. However, I covered it and skipped. Even deleted the VOD and she reached out to me on IG.
Yeah, okay, so if you're telling the truth, she only did that because I told her she was on your live stream.
And the site, bro, there's exclusive content on there, but no nudity. So yeah, obviously some people would agree with you and say the people in the clip should know. But reality is not everyone we film for our YouTube and TikTok is aware we're clipping and streaming. Feel free to ask me anything though. We can even hop in a call and I'll show you the site.
No. Like, I'm good. And yeah, you're right. The people in both of our Amigo videos don't know that they're being screen recorded.
So that gum chewing, crazy. Yeah, that dude is smacking like a camel.
But there's a huge difference between what I'm doing in my videos and what you're doing in your videos. I do magic tricks and little VFX pranks, and you're getting girls to expose themselves. How can I say this any better? What I'm doing is legal, and what you're doing is illegal.
Also, bro, that girl said she was 18, and it's on the VOD.
I'm 16.
Bro, she said she was 16.
He then showed me a screenshot of the video files attached to his website.
There's like 15, 20 videos teaching men how to be more confident, talk to women without being nervous, unsure why it says free, it's only part of elite. And then there's 15 edited, insanely good, costing me so much.
I mean, okay, cool. I have a question though. What is that third
costed me so much? Cost you so much, bro? What kind of ignorant education you got, bro?
folder? Why does it for some odd reason now have no videos in it? I wonder what could have been in there prior to you DMing me.
But dude, it's act crazy meeting you. GG's on the creative content. I'm really trying to get out of the Riz niche, and I genuinely want to get into stuff like that you're doing. But bro, tell me if you have any ideas. Every time I try and not pick up girls and more so focus on being funny and creative, everyone in the chat spams exactly this. Get get girls, L no women. And it's so demotivating that half the community genuinely only wants that. I know you're crazy busy, but I hope we can talk again.
Just a month after those DMs, my first kick video comes out. And
That's the one. That's the one that I saw. Where is it? Oh, damn.
the next day,
check DM.
Oh, damn it.
Only wants that. I know you're crazy busy, but I hope we can talk again.
Just a month after those DMs, my first kick.
That one. That's the first one that I saw. That one's cringy as heck too. And that's funny that he wound up in now, before he posted that video, he was already doing a deep dive on the dude that he's talking to in the DMs. But he already had that one in the works. That's crazy. How the hell is he to be teaching someone how to talk to girls?
Kick video comes out, and the next day,
check DM, important regarding Kick, Darrell.
Once again, 2 L's. You're so close every time.
I don't know if you read my messages or just simply didn't respond, but I wish to tell you that due to you and some close friends of mine, I completely left the brain rot community of getting women to flash for subs. It's almost like being on Kick brainwashed us all to believe anything was possible. Since people were begging for and rewards, we'd get donations from people like Eddie.
He's one of the founders of Kick, by the way.
For example, he dropped me 150 subs on my 10th stream, even when I got a girl to flash. That's in the past. And I've got a lot of praying to done in order to clean up my sins in terms of all the people I might have offended during my short time on Kick. But I felt the need to let you know you're doing a good job. And I know you made...
Oh my gosh, the suck up is real. Like, relax, buddy. Y'all guys haven't even dated yet. What the frick? I hope so too. I forget how the last one ended. I cannot remember how the last one ended. I really hope there's justice at the end of this freaking tunnel.
Think of me as one of them, but no, I'm proud you're helping a change occur. Kick is completely brainwashing their creators into thinking all is okay. That night, when you showed me that girl who said she was...
The way he's reading... the way he's reading these DMs are hilarious. Because I have a voice for the people that have their own comments in my comment section to talk about some bullcrap, and then I have my own voice that my wife, the way she talks to me, I have her own voice in my head, and it's hilarious. He's full of crap. He's doing this before he got on Kick. I'm saying. Exactly. And he's trying to manipulate, but he's only able to manipulate children. So, yeah, at least buy him dinner. And there must be dessert.
18 but was actually 16.
I'm 16.
Bro, she said she was 16.
Flash, it scared the bejeebus out of me. On top of many prior conversations and thoughts I had, so thank you, bro. Cause when I made the change to go PG, my videos started getting 10x the views, and so did my mental emotions towards content creation as a career. Kick definitely blurred my vision, and you're right for hating on our type of content, man. And if you'd like to connect, I have a lot.
Oh my gosh, blabbing, bro. The Yappers is on right now. Sir yaps a lot. Yapperoni and cheese. These monologue ass DMs, bro, are ridiculous. Like, he sounds like a dude trying to get back with his girlfriend that he accidentally cheated on. He looks like he can't even afford a Happy Meal. When I was 11 or 12, people were sending all sorts of crazy stuff in chat rooms. Had a guy send me pic of his downstairs, like, didn't ask age, anything. Yeah. Shoot, I remember, man. I don't know why websites like Omegle are up. Like, that's a horror. Well, it was. I get. In a sense, it still is. They're just a different version. But I grew up with Omegle, and I couldn't be on there. Like, there's a lot of wee-wees, and I was like, oh no, I don't subscribe to this. This is not what I like. I'm not good. I'm not good with this. This is not good. Not for me. You turn it into basically a Squidward face paint program and passed it back. Oh my gosh. You turn people's wee-wees into Squidward. Crazy.
Lot of information that could help you. I actually have some screen recordings of streamers like Derek Graz and many more doing what you're trying to expose. But I also want you to know that a lot of them do it because their viewers pressure it out of them for subs. Like, you need to genuinely understand the backhand context. Even though it seems insane, no matter what, their audience and donos from people like Eddie in chat can confuse one and impair one's vision.
Okay, so this is a huge thing I've noticed since my original video came out, is this sense of backpedaling within these Omegle Kick creators. Because prior to my first video coming out, a lot of them did the exact same type of content of trying to get girls to expose themselves. Even though, yes, the strangers that these creators targeted were over the age of 18, let me make that clear.
Excuse me? You showed your dad too? That's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. But blessed. I bet your dad couldn't wait to see the next Squidward. He's like, oh, I can't wait. Like, bro. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Got me crying.
But even with that, it's still illegal. Like I said earlier in this video, it's still revenge porn. They don't know that they're on a live stream. And as much as they try to sweet talk them,
every girl tell me my tastes the best.
I ain't every other girl.
Nah, you're not. But I'm the same. I ain't know your titties was that fire. I was too far back. Let me see what I'm talking about close. Cause I really was too far back.
Try to come up with games to work around it.
And I know it's random, but I'm just trying to be different. It's called Simon Says. I know it's corny, but just don't lose, right? Simon Says, hands like this. Simon Says, spin around. Do you have anything the size of this, like a chapstick, a lip gloss, a vape, a lighter? I'm gonna give you a couple extra points here, but here's the thing. Basically, you have to put it.
Are these supposed to be the Rizzlers, bro? Well, he felt safer with me in chat rooms, at least. I could have let my little one be out there on the chats. Hell no, it ain't no technology. It's just hell no. What? People are crazy in chats.
Right here, and you push it together. If I can still see it, you didn't pass the test. Just one little teaser. Yeah, basically, don't do nothing wild. Position the camera up. And do an arch for like 5 seconds, and I'll let you know, if you actually rocking with that shit. So let me see if you can actually hold that arch, you know what I'm saying? Just with the panties, no cheating, just with the panties, you know what I'm saying? Move them down just a tad there, baby girl. You feel what I mean? Set the camera down so we ain't gotta hold it, but basically go in the closet, get like 1 or 2 pairs of your favorite like bras or panties. Pretend like—
I hope their mom watches this. I hope their mom watches this, bro. I hope their mom, their grandma, if they have sisters, their female cousins. I hope they all watch this stuff and just look at him in disgust for the rest of his life. Your oldest is too naive. Same, I'd be like, oh hell no. He doesn't understand enough about social interactions. Yeah, my brother couldn't pick up cues until later, and he's still having a little problem with that. You know what I mean?
Like you're like in a Victoria's Secret fashion show, whatever the case may be, right? I'll be the judge. I'm gonna hype you up. You feel what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you a couple points. We're gonna have a little mini fashion show, some slice. On a scale from 1 to 10, how flexible would you?
This dude's sweet, bro. I be telling my wife particular things, like certain things women do that guys do shouldn't be done. Like this dude, you guys didn't. I guarantee you guys didn't even see it. He did this little roll with his shoulders. Guys don't do that.
But I ain't set the camera down so we ain't gotta hold it. But basically, go in the closet, get like 1 or 2 pairs of your favorite like bras or panties. Pretend
you better do something sweet. Watch.
Like you're like in a Victoria's Secret fashion show, whatever the case may be, right? I'll be the judge. I'm gonna hype you up.
Watch
you up. You feel what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you a couple points. We're gonna have a little mini fashion show.
That little thing with his shoulders, that's crazy. Hell no. That tells me he ain't had no father in the family. No father in the family. That's
on a scale from 1 to 10, how flexible would you call yourself? So basically, do another arch. So look, I'm gonna look this way. Close my eyes. Count down from 10. When I turn back around, open my eyes. Surprising, but here's the kicker though. Do something that will make me never forget you for the rest of my fucking life. Okay? So this is hypothetical. I'm gonna give you an extra 20 points. So let's say you was down bad, you lost all your little situations, right? I'm gonna give you only 45 seconds to find some sort of replacement. It can be a hairbrush or a remote, whatever. Have you ever put that in your for real? So do you even think you can fit that in your do what you gotta do, but when you come back, put just not even a half.
This dude here, Roy, what the fudge? I don't know. I don't know how you fall for something like this. It has to be a wanting, a longing, want to feel purposeful, something. The same way I don't understand how a whole 10 families could be in a cult and brainwashed. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I do not have the answers.
20% of it in there.
And others will just blatantly lie and say that they're not live streaming.
Oh, hey girl, you are so pretty. I feel like you and I can solidify this friendship and flash each other. What do you think?
He's streaming.
No, I wouldn't get you to flash. That's rude.
Hey girl, you are so pretty. How old are you?
Thank you. I'm 18.
Oh, you're so pretty. Do you want to flash each other our boobs?
Hey girl, you are so pretty. I love me a BBW. Let me get a kiss. How big?
I know you guys have to be as floored as I am right now that a woman of all things is now exposing other women. I think that's so crazy. Because I know how women are. Women like to entrust in women. And women would much rather take women's advice when helping other women. This is insane. Like I'd expect this from other guys, right? But I was not expecting this one. This is crazy. Bananas. This is bananas, bro. I almost don't want to see it. I ain't gonna lie. I almost don't want to see it. This is. That's like. To me, it like in my brain, it's computing like turning on your like own family. Like, as a female, y'all supposed to like be close, you know what I mean? Protect one another. But she's on live helping expose other girls. Her brain must be studied. I wouldn't even give her that. I wouldn't even give her that much. I would just easy skip. I wouldn't even be on it. What? Nah.
Like, what size are your boobs?
42 double D.
I've never seen that. Can I see it visually? You look thick as hell. Can I see that juicy?
Visually?
No, but why? Can I see you doing jumping jacks, but with your shirt off and no bra? You are so pretty. Wow. How old are you?
You're pretty too. I'm 18.
You want to zip down your shirt until your boobs flop out?
Oh, you're so beautiful.
You too. Should we show each other our... You could just like have your thong on. Do you want to flash each other? Should we show each other our bra? I feel like we could build a strong friendship if we flash each other. Are you guys friends?
Yeah.
It looks really cute. Have you guys ever tried making out or compared boob sizes? Do you want to flash each other because we both have some fat juicy...
She's way more straightforward than the guys are. The guys, they would do this long-winded story that she's just boom out with it. And that's because she knows, just as a girl, you almost immediately earn the girl's trust because they're a girl. And I think that's more deceptive than the guys. Because she knows what realm and what space everyone's in, especially the internet. What the actual F? What is going on? My mind has taken vacation. It is not here anymore. Like, it's gone. Since when this become a thing, you have to stop from
boobs.
I ain't with that. I ain't like that.
That looked really good though. Can you do that again? You don't even have to show me your nipples. Do you want to flash each other? Okay, first stand up and can I see your outfit? Well, let me see. Just stand. Just stand.
And then act surprised when someone actually does it.
Your boobs look big. Let me see. I jinxed you. I said you owe me a flash, so come on.
Okay, I guess. All right, you got me.
I just did not think she would do that.
But then does this.
That's my first pair of tits on Monkey.
And she ends up collabing with one of the biggest celebrities to surprise people on the Monkey app with.
Hi. So for everyone that said that it was a fake person.
This is crazy right now. You mean the 69 in Dodge? The OV ho? Bro. I didn't think it could get worse. I didn't think it could get worse. Certified lover boy? No, certified pedophile. Wop, 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 wop. Gon' come up. Wop, 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 wop. Gon' do my stuff. Oh my gosh. The one that kissed a 17-year-old girl on stage? The one that's texting that little girl from Stranger Things? That one? Him? The one that be hitting on little high school girls and following them on Instagram? Him? Stop it right now. You say you have no idea who that is? Don't worry about it. Just somebody you don't need to know. He's not worth it. He's not worth it.
That looks pretty real to me. Can you do this?
Oh, you flipped it. Thank you.
I need that as a clip, you guys.
All right, I have to go get ready, honey.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bro, guess who just came, you guys? Oh my god, we just did a monkey stream with Drake.
Some of these Omi TV and Monkey app streamers go too far.
What's good?
Hi.
I'm trying to see who got the prettiest tees on here. You want to be a contestant? I'm giving away $250. Damn, you got some big ass tees. How old you is? You 18? Let me see. Let me see your nip.
What?
Nipsey Hussle. Let me see your nip.
Try too hard.
Alright, so you're gonna like hit me up on Snap later or what?
Yeah.
Bet. Let me see those piercings again real quick. Yeah, come on. They were tough though.
That was like a sneak peek.
Alright, so give me a second sneak peek. They were nice as hell.
Are too desperate.
I want them to be bigger, but like
those are perfect.
maybe like
Let me see him. Let me.
Yeah, Drake is a rapper who's being called out by Kendrick Lamar for being like these people. Yeah. 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 That's really all you need to know. That is all you need to know. And Degrassi. Kenya knows what I'm talking about. And Degrassi.
Rate him 1 through 10.
no, it's small.
Oh, bro. No, let me rate him 1 through 10.
Act so strange.
Let me see your outfit of the day again. I have short-term memory loss. I forgot what.
Why is he so close to the camera? His mouth is so big and wide. Like, it looks like it's taking up the whole freaking camera like this.
Your outfit of the day was.
You want to see my outfit of the day?
Yeah. With the side of moon balloons, yeah. Like, work it. I know you know how to work it. So, can I see your moon balloon?
My what?
Your moon balloon.
My boobs?
Yeah, your moon balloon.
Say too much.
What size is your bra? If I want to buy you like a blue bra. You jump, they gonna go jump. Bounce, just bounce on the bed real
I
quick.
used to watch that all the time. I only saw the parts when he got shot. That's about it. And then he was, by the way, this is a TV show. This isn't real. But I'm just saying for the other people that don't know, him when he got shot in the scene, and then him when he was in the wheelchair. I was never into Degrassi.
Let me see the piercing.
Do too much.
I'm looking at this girl and she's just into like, has him like over her like hand, and that would be a good angle.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Wait, let me see that real quick. Just like take them out a bit, like squeeze them when they're out. I'm just trying to imagine. I'm telling you, jumping jacks would get you money.
Or are just pure evil.
Yeah, we can have a conversation. Let's see. The conversation is that you said
You never vibed with him. Trust me, he was. I don't think he was someone that anybody vibed with for real.
you wanted my kids to be raped. Do you remember saying that? Do you remember saying that? To me?
I was mad.
We found underage nude photos on your page.
Okay.
You're preying on kids. You're sharing their nude photos in your Discord server.
I'm not sharing. I shared. Don't even. I shared, and I didn't know. Your bitch ass up.
What that dude said about my kid, he can f***ing rot.
Yeah, you made me mad.
No,
I'll say it
sorry.
again if you want me to. Like, I don't give a. You f your kid.
Even if a girl is of age, right? If you are convincing her to get nude thinking that it's only you there and you're streaming it to a group of people in a Discord server, that's considered revenge porn. That's considered non-consensual pornography in 48 states. So you're breaking revenge porn laws by doing that at all. And I don't want to hear you say that they agreed to it. No, they didn't. I was there. I watched you do it, dude.
Let me see where revenge is, bro. It's just of sexually images of videos without their consent. Yeah, she's right. That is revenge. Yeah, it's revenge. Because they don't know. The girls that do it, they don't fucking know. I gotta chill with the Omegle content anyway. I need to go a whole stream without saying I'm a rape you. For real. Y'all need to challenge me to go a whole day without saying some crazy shit. That's a wake up call.
He's saying that he needs a challenge to not saying that he's gonna R-word people. Excuse me? under the jail cell, hold Bubba's pocket.
You're getting exposed, bro, for real.
This guy would literally hide his screen live and go have e-sex with these girls, then post his screen recordings to an NSFW channel on Discord. In his community, will work hard to leak any girls' nudes that they could add on Instagram or Snapchat.
Are you recording?
No, I don't record. I'll just get off the game. Damn. But let me come through.
You're not finna come through.
I'm gonna drive 3 hours for your fun as long as you let me shout you. Let me get your number.
You definitely recording.
I think I'm recording you. What the fuck?
Yes, I've been posting on Omegle before. Like, that shit is so tragic.
It's so weird. Like that's so weird as hell, bro. For real, for real. What's your favorite positions? Like, what's your top 3? I mean, you horny? You got me hard as hell. Do I get banned if I show my shit on here? I can show my shit right now. Like, it ain't gonna ban me or nothing. Trying to go crazy. You. Nah, keep getting me on me. I ain't gonna lie. I'm already there. I'm there. I'm there, bro. You guys don't let me see that. I ain't gonna lie.
You clicking? I feel like you recording.
Nah, I got a full screen. My shit.
You already touching your shit.
Bro.
What's the nut? Yes. Oh, monkey. Yes. Yes. I don't give a fuck. Yes. I ain't gonna lie. The way she was talking, y'all gotta see this tape. Put it in NSFW. I have to do it later on. I have to do it later on. What I gotta do to get added to your Discord? It's a link. It just get on the link. Just get on the link.
His kick in that Discord ended up getting taken down. This guy uses Kick and Twitter to advertise his Discord server where he posts his girls flashing.
Come on now, let me see them. They look so pretty. Oh my god, pull them out for me. Come on now, I just want to see them real quick. They look so pretty. God damn. Yeah, let me suck on them for you.
And this guy got girls to expose themselves and post it to an NSFW channel on Discord. This is not just a singular creator problem. This is a whole Kick community problem.
Whole Kick community problem. Like I said before, I was already making a profile on Kick, everything, right? Until I saw the first video of this one and I reacted to it, and I was like, hell nah, because you know who else knows about this, if not even more? The creator of Kick, the CEO who made Kick. He sponsors and funds these PDF files, all of them. He knows it. He knows all of it, and he funds them. That's why I much rather stream on Twitch. I got it. I deleted my stuff permanently, immediately. I could not rock with that at all.
Like, there's so many of these creators out there, but that's a story for another day. But now these streamers have either quit entirely, moved over to gaming content, or still do Omegle, Omi, and Monkey content, but now have a new outlook on it.
We do need to cover guidelines, boundaries, rules.
100%, bro.
We're gonna do what we're gonna do. We need to make it known to our communities, bro. I don't really care for viewers, to be honest. At this point, this was a wake-up call for all of us. I'm not gonna be doing that sexual content. I don't care. Still Riz, just don't violate someone's personal.
I think our funny.
You know, you get the snap, whatever, and then call it a day, right? You don't gotta get her naked.
You know that they're of age, ID check, whatever. You get their socials. You can get if you tell them, yo, I'm streaming. You want to do a 360, whatever.
And
but
they're fine with
when it gets into
give a full consent,
yeah,
you know.
But when it gets into like the crazy, the crazy new content.
My sense, I think it's just like, and since Kick was so like, you know, like
freedom,
open to anything. Yep. Yes.
Even if
it's not freedom, that's not freedom and open to everything. That is just having no boundaries, zero boundaries, no boundary lines. Just do it. And most people on Kick are degenerates that Twitch didn't want. They're all the banned people, all the people from YouTube and Twitch that get banned and do dumb stuff. That's why they're over on Kick, because nobody wants them. They're abandoned streamers. I know we only have like a few more minutes, and I need to hear the justice part of all this.
if you start ID checking people?
Why does your messages get restricted? What's going on? And finding all show every message, including potential spam. Yeah, we need to get the detective on the case ASAP.
I don't remember. Some of these kids have fake IDs, or they could just blatantly lie about their age. There is no definitive way to confirm the age of the person on the other end of the screen. Because at the end of the day, they're a kid. They know that they shouldn't be on the site. So what do you think they're gonna do when posed with the question, how old are you? They're not gonna tell the truth. Tomer experienced that firsthand.
I remember you.
I remember you too, girlie. I got a question for you.
I have a question for you. I remember, like, a while back.
I don't know what you're
you would
talking
get me
about.
to, like,
I don't know.
flash you, be on stream. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, see what you're smiling.
No, I don't know.
You definitely know what I'm talking about. I just think it's a little strange. Like, you could have at least given me a little heads up, you know?
I could've. I'd see you. I'd be like, yo, what up? How you doing? And I'd be like, bet, that's fire. Let me see your titties. And like half the time I was joking, and you'd be like, I want you to come all over my pretty little body. And I'd be like,
Okay,
Oh.
I was like 13 though.
what?
Yeah.
You literally said you were 19.
Yeah, I had issues.
This was like 5 months ago.
No, it wasn't. This was like years ago. I remember because I had short hair.
That's impossible. How old are you right now?
16.
What? But you showed me an ID. Oh, you had a fake.
Don't show freaking random people naked to the internet.
And I...
That's insane. Oh, you're confusing the enter shift button.
I don't think any of these Riz content creators want to be put in this scenario. Stuck doing a YouTube thumbnail face to the news that you got a 13-year-old to flash on your live stream. And now that makes me so worried about that Telegram group chat of over 200 videos. The clip I just showed you was from when Tomer came back from his long break from streaming, after I called him out and after my first kick video. So when he suddenly came back, he all of a sudden became a very noticeable face on Omi TV and Monkey.
Yo. That's good, guys.
No, it's a TikTok guy.
Because
oh my god, it's that guy. Yo, you never TikTok.
Bro, aren't you like a YouTuber?
You're on TikTok, aren't you? I swear I've seen you like somewhere. You totally are.
Can I have your snap?
That's because during his break, he started his social media grind with his much lighter Risen content. But the problem still lies within those kick streams, because he always felt tempted to go back to doing what he did in the past.
Who's making these f***ing plans? You're f***ing cute as fuck.
I was just gonna say that.
I was gonna ask you, if I wasn't gay, would you smash?
I would.
I'm not gay though.
Okay, that's fine.
Alright, give me your snap then. Do you think I'm rude for like thinking that you look like you give really good head? And would it be crazy if I asked you for like just like a little 360?
I have to get out.
Just like a little one.
No, I'm
Yeah, YouTube thumbnail face is crazy.
For real? You're that high?
I'm not gonna pop.
And I found her on Omi TV and told her that she was on a live stream. She later DM'd me and agreed to the following interview that you're about to see. I don't know if you noticed, but Tomer never asked the age of that girl. So how old is she?
Alright, so just thank you so much for taking the time out of your day and have this small interview and everything. I'm just gonna ask you 3 simple questions. Starting off, let's get this right out the gate. How old are you?
I'm 15.
Okay. And can you describe the interaction that you had with Tomer when you connected with him?
Honestly, I was really drunk, so I don't remember very much of it. But I don't know. He started off, he said I was cute, and I don't know, we talked for a little bit, and then he asked me to flash him. And I didn't know he was streaming. Like, Al, he left the room to grab a beer and came back. And then he asked me to give him my snap. And I did, and then he skipped me. And then I found you later on, and he told me about it.
Yes. This is the final question. What are your thoughts on what Tomer is doing and the content that he's making and who he's like going after and everything?
Honestly, I think it's really that he's profiting off of this shit, that he's asking minors to do this, like, without telling them that he's streaming as well.
So now we know her age. But now we don't know if he still screen records these interactions and posts them elsewhere online. But we'll probably never know, because that happened a month ago, and since then, he stopped live streaming again. Also, his YouTube channel also got terminated after attempting to do his Omi streams on there. So he's resorted to spamming videos on Instagram and on his story advertising his new OF account. But if I've learned anything from his past mentions of OF...
Why don't you come do friends with me? I'll fly you out. I have like a house with like all my boys and stuff, and there's 5 girls. And it's like my room, and you suck my every other day for a vid.
It scares me to know what he might be using OF to do behind the scenes. Also, just a few weeks ago, at the time of this video being released, this random account spawned out of nowhere with Tomer's profile picture. And if you go to the account, it has some strange username, 1.5 million followers, and over 21 million likes. But for some weird reason, if you scroll through the content, there's only 33 videos, and all of them have under 1K views. Now you can say this is some imposter pretending to be Tomer, but the videos on it are pretty topically relevant. He made a video about the sketch situation.
I did not have sexual relations with that man. I'm just kidding. I did. Possibly. Cat's out of bag.
And I can't trace any of these videos back to anything other than this account. He only later posted some of these videos onto his Twitter. Here's a last minute update. Now that TikTok account is set to private. So now you know Tomer Lawton. This is his content.
She thinks you're fake.
Hey,
Not
fake.
I'm not fake, but I appreciate the compliment.
How old are you?
How old are you? 18, 17.
Really?
Really?
If I showed you
If
my
I showed you my...
hear me out.
Hear me out.
You guys don't have to look
You guys don't have to look that.
It's
my...
This is his humor.
What is your rating on Ice Spice's fat ass?
I don't like content pickers. And now I feel, bro, now I'm so happy to be on a meal. Yo, what up, China? King Kong Chong Kong Kong Kong. Okay. You. To pay to get on band right now will cost me more money than I made all day today, bro. This is racist. Like, this has to be This is because I'm black. Ain't nothing but a content picker. Look, guys, read. Guys, read this. Wait. Oh my god! Burn, you Jew vinegar cotton picker. You'll always get banned for being a vinegar
This
Jew. Burn.
dude is foul.
Racist. I'm being targeted. Yeah, what up?
Your hair looks cool.
Can I show you a picture I showed the barber for this haircut and then what he gave me? This is what I got. This is what I asked for. What about the felon? What do we think about the felon?
And he would even go as far as to get girls to self-harm themselves for him.
Yo, what's your name? Do I look naked?
No, you just look shirtless.
Right. I'm wearing my pants. Everyone said you look naked. I mean, it could be. I'm sorry. Wait, can I see your tits or is that psychotic? Where are you from? I don't even know where the f that is, but I'll catch a flight just to f the life out of you. Does that sound good?
Yeah, but I'm into some weird...
Okay, bet. Like what? Tell me.
Let me grab... I got a pocket knife beside my bed, but...
You want me to cut you? You like that? Like you want me to stab you, like knock you out, murder you, kidnap you, kill you, use you like a little toy pocket?
And these are the type of stories that go on Stephanie So Rotten Mango.
Like that? You're Like my suck though, I like it. Let me see a little 360. Wait, spank yourself.
No.
If you're about it, do it.
Save it for talking.
Yeah? Yourself. Yeah.
You get banned.
No, but
Alright, chill.
No.
Alright, chill. That's good. That's not good. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, that's
Alright, wait, let me see your titties one more time.
So what is Kick trying to do to combat these type of creators? Well, I know they now...
Here it goes. It's gonna be a whole bunch of ain't a thing that they're doing.
I'll put Omegle, OmiTV, and Monkey streamers into their own category to look over them better and moderate it. So because of this, did anything change? Well, Tomer still did this type of content. The situation with the 15-year-old happened after this category was even added. What I think the problem is Kick's image right now. What their original goal was since day one can't be done in my opinion. Hear me out. If you give people the freedom to live stream whatever they want, without any strict rules and moderation, what do you think will happen? Who do you think that will attract?
Let me tell you the problem with Kick right now, okay? If we create a platform that allows...
I'm sorry, but the miners need to report him. Facts. So that he could be... Listen, the whole platform needs to be taken down. Everybody needs to be flagged. Everybody needs to be banned. Everybody needs time in jail, prison, fines, everything.
allows people to be more free, and everyone takes that freedom and does hate.
The free word, man. That's not free. That's not freedom. That's not freedom. That's no morals. There's no morals. There's no boundaries. There's no guide, rules, regulations, policies that are being taken seriously.
Heinous, disgusting in the name of clout. That's why we are where we are today. Like, why does everyone have to do these disgusting, crazy things when we give them a little bit more freedom? Like, I don't understand it. These people have no content, so they say stupid, extreme shit. That's just like, it's unwarranted and just dumb. Like, I don't know how Eddie and all them feel, but I know how I feel. And it's just getting so annoying. It's like, this is becoming everything that I don't want it to be. We are literally proving every stereotype of edgy people being disgusting disgraces of humans to be true. Like, it's getting so, I'm getting so sick of it. Like, why are, like, we are on Kick, we are trying to give people and streamers a platform where they don't have to be scared looking over their shoulder every second of a ban because they say, a word, right? Or they accidentally, something pops up in a video for a second. But we do that, and then these streamers, that's not enough.
Yeah.
They take it too far. All these streamers that are sitting here abusing the system and taking it too far, they're going to turn on the very platform that is giving them that freedom. And that's why the platform has to make the decision to put their foot down and draw some sort of line. Look at those apps that you just brought up, right? Monkey or Omegle, right? In the beginning, yeah, that there was, some idiots that did stupid, disgusting shit. But in the beginning, it was relatively tame, right? People were happy that, this was allowed. And then, a month, 2 months, 3 months, and look what happened. People took that freedom. What do they do with it? They started doing disgusting shit. Disgusting shit. That's not the platform's fault. That's the streamers who are greedy, insecure, contentless pigs that are pushing boundaries because they're insecure of their content because they have none.
Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of normal streamers on Kick, just minding their own business and not having to abide by Twitch's more stricter rules. But why does it feel like that small group of those controversial Kick creators are the most loudest?
Yeah, that dude look like he's super fed up, like super done.
and the most vocal on the platform. That's because they know how to game the system. They know how to view buy and get their streams top recommended in their category. And they know how to clip farm and know how to get their clips to excel past Kick and spread throughout all of social media or even get mainstream attention. And that's why most people know Kick for some of the worst possible reasons. There's a huge difference between just chatting with your audience and getting a homeless woman who can't swim to jump into a lake for 20 bucks. There's a huge difference between doing an IRL stream to document your life and pulling out a weapon on a couple minding their own business on a date night. And there is a huge difference between having a normal conversation with a random stranger and getting them to expose themselves unknowingly to a live stream to later profit off of it on Twitter, Patreon, your own website, and Telegram. But all these creators felt the freedom to do it on one platform, Kick.com. Listen, competition is good for all live streaming platforms. Doesn't matter if it's Kick, Twitch, or even YouTube. It pressures each platform to do bigger and better things. I'm rooting for Kick, but it's really hard to see how they can have a future if they don't change their moderation drastically. Riot LOL, the person from my last Kick video, he watched Ice Poseidon growing up.
Yo, Derek, yo, holy f***, I just talked to Ice for like, bro, doesn't it, I don't want to be that f***ing guy, bro, but I'm not scared to say, like, on no suck shit, when you meet someone that you watch and shit, bro, it's cool.
And just like every influencer, the streamers that these websites choose to platform will inspire the next generation of future streamers. Kick should know this already because of the 14-year-old they had to ban for doing streams like Jack Doherty and Neon. I can't stress this enough. These streamers are taking advantage of Kick's flawed moderation to push the limits and see how far they can go. So I highly suggest Kick does something about it now before another streamer ends up taking it way too far.
Organization of online abuse. Station. So, no justice, no peace. Hopefully something comes of this. Hopefully something transpires to something bigger. But I mean, I guess since Kick isn't doing anything about it, nobody's gotten the police involved so far. He's a YouTuber. Well, technically he's a streamer, but he's a YouTuber, and he's doing more than the actual company that's holding these websites for these people to be on. So shout out to him, because nobody's doing jack squat about anything. Definitely like. Already subscribed. Yeah, this video needs to go up. Needs to be blown up. 5 days ago, it should be at 2 mil by tomorrow. Should be. But hey, man, same man. Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. Icky sticky. Not good. But hey, I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Gonna have a wonderful rest of your night. It's time for me to eat dinner. Hopefully you guys ate dinner. And y'all guys have a good one.